sitting between you or in front of you? Sit here. Because you don't have to go You know, the sooner the better.
Well, it's a fast. Yeah. How much?
Rodney. Everyone.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the regular city commission meeting for the city of Deerfield Beach on Tuesday, July 7, 2026 at 7:02 PM. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Here.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Here.
Vice Mayor Hudak,
Here.
Mayor Drosky.
Here, if everybody please stand for a moment of silence in the Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Commissioner Preston tonight.
Join me in the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I want to thank everyone for being here this evening, especially after those that were at the workshop we had last night. I see some familiar faces from last night as well. So hope everyone got some rest and we're here at it again this evening. First, we have approval of city commission meeting minutes from the regular city commission meetings of May 19, 2026 and June 2nd, 2026.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion approved by Vice Mayor Hudak, seconded by Commissioner Plout. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Let the record show unanimous consent. Next, we have acknowledgement of the city board minutes from the Marine Advisory Board meeting of January 15, 2026, the Police Pension Board meeting of February 25th, 2026, the Community Redevelopment Agency meeting of March 10 and March 31, 2026, the Hillsborough Inlet District meeting of April 20th, 2026, the African American Heritage Board meeting of May 14, 2026, the Code Compliance meetings of May 26, 2026, and June 9, 2026, and lastly, the Community Appearance Board meetings of May 27, 2026, and June 10, 2026.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion approved by Commissioner Plout, seconded by Vice Mayor Hudak. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Anyone opposed? Let the record show unanimous consent. Next, we have approval of our agenda for this evening, July 7, 2026.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion approved by Commissioner Preston, seconded by Vice Mayor Hudak. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Let the record show unanimous consent. Madam Clerk.
For those attending via Zoom online wishing to speak under public comment or on an item that's open for public input, please click raise hand at the bottom under the reactions tab and your audio will be unmuted when you are recognized by Mayor Drosky. For those attending via Zoom by telephone, please press *9 to raise your hand and your audio will be unmuted when you are recognized by Mayor Drosky. Please make sure your audio is unmuted on your end by pressing *6. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have 2 awards and recognitions this evening. For those that haven't been here before, what we'll do is we'll do the presentation for each one separately. And there is, someone needs to silence their phone, please. Thank you. And then we'll do the award recognition. If anyone would like to speak from that group, they may come to the dais and do so. And then at the end, we'll do both groups separate pictures over here to my right, your left, kind of in this alcove by the pretty picture there. And then we'll take a picture for the media. So first we have number 1, Mr. City Attorney.
Item number 1 is a certificate of recognition presented to the Northeast Focal Point CASA.
And I do see some members of the CASA board here this evening, so thank you all for being here. Today, we are proud to recognize the Northeast Focal Point CASA for its outstanding service and dedication to the residents of Deerfield Beach. For nearly 40 years, the organization has supported older adults through programs and services that promote independence, wellness, and social connection. Through nutritional services, transportation assistance, wellness programs, and community engagement opportunities, Northeast Focal Point CASA has made a meaningful difference in the lives of countless residents. Since its inception, the organization has contributed more than $1 million in support and services that have strengthened our community and enhanced the quality of life for seniors. The members, volunteers, and supporters of the Northeast Focal Point CASA exemplify compassion, service, and civic responsibility. On behalf of the City Commission and the residents of Deerfield Beach, we thank Northeast Focal Point CASA for its continued partnership and unwavering commitment to our community. Thank you for your continued partnership and everything that you do for the City of Deerfield Beach.
I'm Dr. Isley, Andrew Isley. I'm a chiropractor here in Deerfield Beach. I'm sorry I don't live in this city. Someday I might move here. First, I'd like to thank the mayor, Mayor Drosky, our city manager and commissioners, especially Commissioner Shanetsky, for arranging this acknowledgement. The CASA board has been in existence since '86, as you just said. My treasurer says $2 million. I apologize. It's over 40 years. I've been on the board myself for 35 years. And it's an all-volunteer board. This group of people volunteers their time without compensation, and they. Oh, I'm sorry.
The microphone only because there's people
Okay.
on Zoom that need to hear.
Oh, the Zoom
microphone.
people, right.
Yes.
Okay. I think it's important that we understand that they're a volunteer board, an all-volunteer board, and they assist the city in providing the services at the Braithwaite Center, which is a wonderful place, right? And we all know that. Okay. As volunteers, we raise money by facilitating fundraisers. I'm reading my script so I don't get in trouble. The next event is February 6th of 2027. We're going to have a buffet dinner dance for the Lunar New Year, the year of the goat, the greatest of all commissions. It will be held at the Tigner Center from 5 to 9. There will be a DJ, and the Cove Brewery, which, has anybody been to the Cove Brewery? I like it there a lot. They're donating the beer, and we're going to get wine donated, and we'll have a silent auction. And I want to thank the commission, and I want to thank all the past commissions who allowed for a focal point to be in this town all that way back, those 40 years. And I want to thank the people of the city who support us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Don't walk too far away. We're going to do a picture. We're going to do a picture next after the next presentation. So board, stay here as well, if you don't mind, please. Mr. City Attorney, we'll do number 2, and then we'll do the separate pictures.
Item number 2 is a proclamation presented to the Parks and Recreation Department in recognition of Parks and Recreation Month.
So we have our own park staff in the back. I see them all there, here. July is recognized nationwide as Parks and Recreation Month, with this year's theme, The Power of Parks and Recreation, highlighting how parks and recreation bring people together, foster belonging, and strengthen communities. The City of Deerfield Beach Parks and Recreation Department plays an essential role in enhancing quality of life by providing safe, inclusive, and accessible parks, programs, and community spaces for residents of all ages. Through offerings such as youth athletics, summer camps, senior programming, special events, aquatics, and community activities, the department promotes health, wellness, connection, and most importantly, lasting memories. Parks and Recreation Month also provides an opportunity to recognize and thank the dedicated staff who work year-round to maintain these facilities and create meaningful recreational experiences that make Deerfield Beach a great place to live, work, and play. Now therefore, I, Todd Drosky, Mayor of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, in recognition thereof, do hereby proclaim July 2026 as Parks and Recreation Month. Mr. Warner? And while he's coming down, you may have not realized from the laundry list of things that I read that our park staff engages in, there's many activities other than just the parks that you would think of, all of the special events and the programming that we have in this city that many parents and seniors rely upon. Just look at the great 4th of July event that we had. Some of those folks were there before 6 o'clock in the morning and stayed till after 10 o'clock at night. That's a long day for them, and they were back at it on Monday. So, Mr. Warner, with that, the microphone's all yours.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission. For the record, Greg Warner, Director of Parks and Recreation. And I want to thank you all for this recognition and also thank you all for your support through the years. And that's how we become so successful as a Parks and Recreation Department. And as the proclamation stated, one of our goals in Deerfield Beach Parks and Recreation is to enhance the quality of life of our residents. And we do that through programs, services, events, and facilities. And I'd be remiss if I did not recognize my staff. And as you said, Mayor, we do have some members of my leadership team in the back, and I'd like to recognize them. I would also like to recognize all my staff for the day-to-day work that they do. I would also like to recognize members of the municipal services and Chad Gressick's staff, their landscape maintenance staff, keep our parks beautiful. I'd like to recognize them as well. And what I'd like to do is just share, we talked about the power of Parks and Recreation, share some statistics and some exciting projects that we have currently going that will be completed in short order. But as an example, we've been building upon our classes and programs within the department. Over the past year, we've increased over the prior year by more than 25 classes and programs, new classes and programs that we're offering to the residents. That's resulted in serving registered participants. We've served more than or over 1,000 more residents in the past year than we did the prior year for that. So continuing to work towards enhancing the quality of life of our residents. And some of the projects that I know you are all familiar with, I just want to share that are very exciting and our residents should be excited about coming to completion. Our football field turf project and facility enhancements should be complete early August. We're putting shade over the fitness court at Pastor Willie James Ford Linear Park, so that facility will become more usable. We have a second pickleball court going at Southeast 19th Avenue Park, and that should be complete over the next 2 months. We have a new playground going in at Pioneer Park. Again, that should come in sometime during the fall. We have a new park that you approved in the Tedder community that will add a playground, add some green space, and thanks for that community and that neighborhood. And we're also getting ready to add a fitness area in the villages of Hillsborough Park. So some exciting projects that we continue to work on. And again, thank you all for your support so that we can get these projects done for our residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So if both groups want to come forward, one in the alcove, one can just stand right behind. We'll take pictures with the commission and we have suitable for framing certificates for each of you. Commission, if you want to come down with me, please. Okay, Mr. City Attorney, we're up to public hearings, first reading, item number 3.
Item number 3 is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 98 Land Development Regulations, Section 98-10, 98-12, 98-14, 98-15, and 98-17 of the city's Land Development Code to provide for administrative approval of plats in accordance with Section 177.071 Florida statutes. Amending Chapter 14 Building and Building Regulations, Section 14-69 Plat Book, and Section 1472 Development Plats to contain street names, and amending Chapter 22 Cemeteries, Section 22-2 Burial Prohibited except in duly designated or platted cemeteries of the City Code of Ordinances to provide for consistency with the administrative plat approval process, providing for conflicts, severability, codification, and an effective date. And this is first reading.
Okay, Mr. City Manager, is there any?
There is no presentation on this. Some of this is bringing in compliance with state law.
I can give a brief explanation on this. The Florida legislature passed a law in 2025 that essentially provided for administrative approval of plats at the local level. And so this ordinance is essentially bringing the code into compliance with that state law. It doesn't affect the ability to approve site plans, rezonings, et cetera. Plats generally ultimately need to be approved by the county as well. So this is to bring the code into compliance with that state law that I had mentioned.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any lights. Madam Clerk, did anyone sign up for item 3 this evening?
No, sir.
So we'll go to public comment. Anyone inside the commission chamber like to speak on item 3 this evening? Madam Clerk, is there anyone online that'd like to speak on item 3?
No, sir.
So we'll close item 3 to public comment. Commission,
Motion to approve item 3. Second.
motion to approve item 3 by Vice Mayor Hudak, seconded by Commissioner Plout. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Here. Yes.
Vice Mayor Hudak,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. Mr. City Attorney, we are on to public hearing, second reading, item number 4.
Item number 4 is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, adopting an amendment to the city budget for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, approving supplemental appropriations and budget transfers to and within various city funds as set forth in the attached Exhibit A, providing for conflict severability and effective date. This is second reading.
Right, second reading for budget amendment. I don't see any lights. Madam Clerk, did anyone sign up for item 4 this evening?
No, sir.
Is anyone online for item 4?
No, sir.
Anyone inside the commission chamber like to speak on item number 4? Come on down. Name and address for the record, please.
Dan Hers, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. My only question is regarding the PFAS settlement amount, which is $1,370,763. In your backup, it says these funds are positioned within the general funds fund balance until further direction from the commissioners on future appropriation. However, in the backup for the budget meeting from June 30th, it stated that these funds are earmarked for the new police and fire department. So it seems the decision has already been made. So this both of those things can't be right. So maybe if we can get some clarification on that, it would be helpful. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anyone else from the public like to speak on item number 4 this evening? We'll do one more chance online, Madam Clerk. Nobody? Okay, we'll close the public hearing on item number 4. Commission?
Motion to approve item 4.
Second.
Motion to approve item 4 by Vice Mayor Hudak, seconded by Commissioner Preston. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Plaut,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hudak,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. Mr. City Attorney, we're up to public
We are
comment.
now at the public comment portion of tonight's meeting. Persons addressing the commission shall state his or her name and address and may speak for 3 minutes. This is the time for public comment on an item that is not on tonight's agenda. If you have public comment on an item that is on tonight's agenda, the time to do that is after I read the title into the record and the mayor opens the public comment for that particular item. No comment shall be made related to the personal life or personal qualities of any person, and no language which would offend persons of ordinary sensibility shall be permitted.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Madam Clerk, who signed up first this evening and who's on deck?
Captain Hoffstein, and then Chief Masters.
Captain Hoffstein. Come on down, sir.
Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. City Manager, citizens of Deerfield Beach, I'm on the clock. I just appreciate the opportunity to always get to come up here. I know there's a lot of noise, I'll call it, in media, social media. And what I never want to get lost in the noise is the outstanding quality of work that our staff continues to do. And I do appreciate the opportunity to highlight that and bring that to the attention of the public, because often it's these things in the shadows that we don't see and we're not privy to. And I love feel-good stories. You know, for example, we're not just saving lives, but we're bringing new lives into the world. We had a situation, this has all transpired since my last time up here on June 2nd. So during the month of June, deputies responded to a disabled vehicle. Much to their surprise, discovered mom in the back seat giving birth to a child. Baby was crowning, and I'm just going to read this verbatim. Deputy Romero retrieved his emergency blanket, which he had in his trunk like he's supposed to, and was able to successfully secure the baby in the emergency blanket, but had to remain close to the mother due to the umbilical cord was still attached to the placenta, which had not been fully delivered. The baby was tilted to the side because they also did not have a suction for the mouth and nose, which did promptly arrive, fortunately, via our fire rescue brothers and sisters. But in the end, Deputy Romero and Sergeant Portero did an outstanding job bringing this new citizen of Deerfield Beach into the world. So happy to share that one. Thank you. That was outstanding. Folks may have seen this one in the media. This 6'2", 250-pound individual running amok on a drug-fueled bender crashed his vehicle at the 600 block of East Hillsborough. This was back in June. This was widely covered in the media, but some of the more sordid details that you may not be aware of. A Good Samaritan stopped to help him. He rewarded her good deed by carjacking her, stole her BMW, crashed it nearby at Federal and Hillsborough, a bloodied mess after both of these car crashes, then proceeds to terrorize families at our nice Chick-fil-A. But luckily, Sergeant Garcia and our new trainee, Deputy Galizia, were Johnny on the spot, and they gave pursuit on foot, chased him to the gas station to Daly's. But it did not end there. This, again, not only 6'2", 250 pounds, big guy, drug-fueled. During the course of trying to get him into custody, and these are two pretty strong deputies, this guy not only latched onto Deputy Galizia's, I'll refer to it as his family jewels, also his firearm, and posed a serious threat of serious bodily harm or death. And this is a deadly force situation, but these deputies remained composed, got him into custody safely, and he was taken off the streets and obviously is now remains in custody on a plethora of offenses. My clock is ticking away. The last thing, I have so many more to share. I just want to give a shout out to our team and the city's team, especially Haywood and Corby from the City Works Department, who did such an amazing job this 4th of July. Mr. Mayor, you're just going to have to give me 10 more seconds, please, because
10
I have to give them a
seconds.
shout out.
I have to
They
be fair
schlepped,
to everybody.
when I tell you 10 tons, 20,000 pounds of ATVs, cones, and all the things that happen in the dark to make our 4th of July functional and safe. It was an outstanding effort and collaborative teamwork by the city and our staff. Very proud of them, very proud that we had a safe 4th of July. So congratulations and thank you to those that work in the shadows to make all this happen. Good night.
Thank you, Captain. Yes. Chief Masters is next. And who's on deck, Madam Clerk?
Miss Sophia.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, citizens of Deerfield Beach. My name is Brad Masters. I'm the District Chief in Fire Rescue. Just to add on to what Chief said, we had a large number of people at the detail for 4th of July, include 14 members plus myself, 2 detail carts, 1 EMS detail rescue, 1 detail fire engine, 1 detail battalion chief, 1 crowd manager, fireworks manager, and a fire inspector for the food trucks. Detail members were on scene from the delivery of the fireworks Friday morning through the end of the fireworks show. All day Saturday, all day Friday, all day Sunday, all Saturday. We had roving EMS detail carts with crews going through the crowds. We had a command presence with the battalion chief, transport capacity, fireworks, safety and security, food truck compliance insurance, EMS services, and fire suppression. On another note, I would like to share with you an outstanding call that your firefighters and paramedics responded to. This was a call for service that occurred on Friday, June 19th, 2026. The call came in at 0730 hours to the crews of Station 4 for the smell of gas. I believe this was on the text group that we have. This is a common type of call which is often traced back to something much less insidious like trash or a dirty cooler that has been sitting in the back of someone's truck. In this case, the smell was confirmed, and additional crews, including BSO Hazmat, Fort Lauderdale Fire Rescue Hazmat, and additional units including Battalion 102, Engine 75, Rescue 75, Engine 102, Rescue 102, and Platform 102 all responded to this call. The source of the smell was determined to be an abandoned, buried propane tank in the backyard of a home. Hazmat crews dug down to the tank, tapped into it, and prepared to burn off the excess product. This process entails running a line to a burner, which is like a Bunsen burner, but it's about 12 feet in the air. We run a line out to that from the tank and burn the product off. We get rid of the product in that way. Additionally, other members were sending up fire hoses to protect the scene and the crews working in close proximity to the product. 1 hose line is placed near the home to protect the backyard, the home itself, and the members working in the back. 1 hose line to the burner in case there's a problem there, plus supply lines that were to the closest hydrant, which was several hundred feet away. The entire burn-off process took approximately 2.5 hours to complete. The really amazing thing about this call, so our members started at the end of their shift, 7:30. Many of them were on scene for until after 10 o'clock. All of these members, I'd ask for some more time if I could, sir.
10 seconds. I have to keep it fair for everyone.
The really amazing thing about this is that these same members were on a call at 12:30 at night for a trailer fire and had been in bunker gear from 12:30 at night until 10 o'clock that morning. Many people will say that's what they signed up for. And I agree that's what they signed up for. But I'm very proud of our members for putting themselves in harm's way to protect the residents of Deerfield Beach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. Sophia, you're up, and who's on deck, Madam Clerk?
Howard,
Sophia Manolesco, 536 Northeast 20th Avenue. Oh, my goodness, it's the coolest place in Florida in here. I brought my fur, and I wish I had such exciting news like delivering babies and gas propane being burnt and 220-pound man taken to the ground. Thank you so much. No, I'm just here because I know that last night we stayed very late and we spoke a lot, and some wise decisions were made to give us a little bit more time and acclimate to some new ideas. I believe that if we open a dialogue and talk with the residents and acknowledge what their fears are and communicate better, that maybe there's a way that we can all follow the protections that we have, and yet at the same time, you know, give a facelift to the downtown area. And we can do all of these things. I know it's been getting adversarial sometimes and emotions run high and it gets very exciting, but I certainly hope that I can get to meet with you individually and maybe show you some pictures or take a walk in the neighborhood, exchange some ideas. and take it from there and keep this thing rolling in the right direction for everyone. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Hamowitz, and who's on deck, Madam Clerk?
No one else signed up, sir.
Okay.
Howard Hamowitz, 536 Northeast 20th Avenue, Deerfield Beach. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. It was telling that despite some commissioners' arguments in favor of removing the existing protections of 1101 in the charter last night by stating that it is in the interest of city residents, not one person attending last night's charter review workshop in person nor online spoke in favor of it. We had a packed house of residents who were sorely against. However, I very much appreciate Commissioner Preston's interest in listening to our voices, and was especially grateful when he stated that those voices of the residents of District 1 should carry the most weight. I also appreciate Commissioner Shinetsky questioning the obvious of why are we running into this matter so quickly? That does not need to occur in 2026. Thank you to both of these commissioners for your reason and for listening to us. On 1102, I appreciate the pragmatic reason of Commissioner Hudak regarding some changes to the Main Beach parking lot due to our changing times. It is smart to restripe the parking lot to allow for compact vehicles, golf carts, motorcycles, and scooters. And changes should be made to allow for a food truck night type event, perhaps with music. These are good ideas that make sense in 2026. I ask that resident input on the verbiage of changes to 1102 be solicited and included. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamowitz. Is there anyone inside the commission chamber that did not sign up that would like to speak this evening?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Barry McMillan, 456 Northwest First Terrace. I wanted to come up and I heard some comments that were made last week concerning Juneteenth event and some of the events for the Afro-American Heritage Board. I am the chair of that, and I am inviting you all on Thursday. We'll be having our committee meeting, and I did send an email to City Manager, Mr. Brimlow, of our concerns, because there seems to be a disconnect between city staff and city leadership with the planning and execution of our events, not just for Juneteenth, but also for all of the events for the Afro-American Board. And I admonish you to please come by and make sure City Manager Brimlow, if he could please send that email out, because I asked that it be disseminated to all the commissioners, because there is a disconnect, and we want to resolve it to see where it's at, because that disconnect is impacting the success of our events. And we, as the board members, let me speak for myself, because I'm standing up here. Me, Barry McMillan, as the chair, is very concerned with that. And I think it's bigger than city staff. I think it's a little bit higher, and I want to make sure that everybody is aware of what they are. So on July 9th, I'm going to bring all those issues, and I really hope that someone can join us. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. McMillan. Sandra Jackson,
Hi,
how are you?
all right.
Just your address, please.
386 Southwest 35th Avenue. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here. I missed a couple of meetings. As you know, I have a grandbaby with medical issues, but I'm here and I'm still here in the city. I didn't really look at the last meeting, but I'm hearing some things, and I'm hearing things from the people, from the public. I think, Mr. Hudak, you made a comment about the Juneteenth and the MLK, about the people not participating in the money that they're giving. Remember, those are national holidays. Founders Day is not, and I don't want to say what the name used to be, okay? I can understand why we're not getting enough money. We can have more people if you guys give enough money to get a good headliner, someone that's gonna come out there and perform. If you move those events, because it is a citywide event, maybe we need to move it to the beach. You guys have a lot of people at the Founders Day because it's on the beach. It's a lot of tourists. You don't know how many residents there. So take that in consideration when you make comments about Juneteenth and MLK. That is a national holiday, and the people in this city, we do need to all participate. It's not just for one district. It's for everyone in this city, and I do think we need more money because you guys don't give enough money. And also, I feel like even like the people that participate, I went to Plantation. My daughter was in Plantation 4th of July parade. They had the military there. They had the FBI there. They had the people from the Indian reservation. We can make our parade bigger also if everyone get involved, not only just the African American board, to have another board, and if everybody work together, we can do it and get people out and let everybody, I'm not racist, as you know, because my family is all mixed up, okay? But we need to get together as a city. And please start listening to the resident. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Anyone else inside the commission chamber like to speak this evening? Mr. Freitag, come on down.
Good evening. Good evening, Roger Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street, Deerfield Beach, Florida. I'd like to start off by thanking the city of Deerfield Beach for a fantastic July 4th. In all the 22 years I've resided here, I've never seen such a huge crowd, most of them young people, but I'm glad everybody had a good time. I do appreciate last night's workshop number 2. I understand that there'll be more coming up in the future. I'm wondering if our commissioners and mayor and vice mayor, and the city manager and the vice city manager, there seems to be a lack of imagination. We talk about the same things over and over again. We know who the players are, who the developers are, who the investors are, but nobody ever talks about maybe amending a site plan. And I'm hoping that in the meetings that we have in the future with regards to 1101, 1102, and all the changes that we're thinking of making, that we take some imagination into consideration and not just build boxes for people. There's lots of variety of different buildings that could be built. We could have higher end people come in who want to spend $2,000 a square foot to have a beautiful view of the ocean. But yet we don't hear anything like that. All we hear about is the RM25, the B1 district being changed, the RM10, height, this, that, and the other thing. I think a lot of people are being lost on the fact that any new development on the beach has to be anywhere from 6 feet to 9 feet higher. I'm hoping that in the upcoming meetings, perhaps a more detailed presentation could be done, maybe slow it down a little bit so that those people who are coming for the first time can understand what they're seeing and those things that handicap our city. Furthermore, I find it interesting that none of you talk about those business owners who are handicapping our city. There seems to be nothing that we can do with code compliance, nothing that we can do legally. I mean, that Surfrider Hotel has been sitting vacant for an extremely long time. So has the building in the Palms Plaza, but nothing seems to move forward. I would hope that you would use some good judgment, a little imagination. Let's talk to people in the building industry. There are other developers and other people who will build if they have the opportunity. I think going up and expanding these properties is not the best idea and definitely not in the best interest of our city. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Freitag. Anyone else inside the commission chamber would like to speak this evening?
Clerk, I have a hand. Dan Hers, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue, and proud member of Original Save Our Beach. The charter review changes brought up by Commissioner Hudak last Thursday night has the appearance of, let's see how much human excrement we can throw up against the wall and see if it sticks. Everything he proposed has one underlying theme that explains all his actions. That theme is to make sure the Deerfield Beach Police and Fire Departments are allowed to form on October 1st, 2027, and the 3 commissioners can't risk any possible scenario where their public safety decision could be overturned. Commissioner Hudak's first option is to do away with the March 27 elections. If that doesn't work, then we can require a supermajority vote to dissolve Deerfield Beach's police and fire department. Hudak knows that with buddies Commissioner Plout and Mayor Drosky still in office after March 9, 2027, the supermajority requirements will effectively eliminate the possibility of ever considering bringing BSO back, no matter how much the true costs are to the taxpayers to start up our own police and fire departments. This is not democracy. It's a forcing of the desires of the minority upon the majority. There is a complete lack of transparency shown by Commissioner Hudak by bringing up the supermajority issue at the end of a workshop when it's not on the agenda and before the start of a huge 3-day holiday weekend. The first handout I gave you shows what was in the backup material for last night's charter workshop. You will notice the questions end after item J. There is no item K, which is the supermajority inclusion. City Manager Rodney Brimlow failed to add this item onto the agenda, even though he had 4 days to do so. The second handout is the only notice to the public that the supermajority item was added to last night's agenda. If you look real closely, you can see that small item number 3. I would be remiss if I also didn't mention Commissioner Preston's attempt at publicity as he told the 10 people remaining in the audience at the end of last Thursday night's meeting to tell all your friends and neighbors about this supermajority item. I don't blame Commissioner Hudak for his lack of transparency. If I was trying to push through a major controversial item, I would want as little notice and as much secrecy for the public as possible also. Finally, I ask that security be provided by BSO even at workshops going forward. Ex-Deerfield Beach Mayor Bill Gans became totally unhinged last night.
This has
And the-
nothing to do with public business.
And there were people fearing for their
Done,
personal
Mr.
safety.
Hers.
Okay,
Mr.
my
Hur-
time isn't up. I'm going to go to another topic.
Okay.
I want to thank everyone in the city regarding the successful July 4th. I'm wrapping it up. I hope if you ever want to get rid of fireworks, it would require a super majority vote. Thank you.
Anyone else inside the commission chamber like to speak this evening? Madam Clerk, is there anyone online?
Yes, sir. April Bolowich and then Thomas Nolan.
Okay. Mrs. Bolowicz, you're up, and then Mr. Nolan, you're on deck.
There, how's that? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
April Bolowich, 899 Northeast 4th Street. First, I want to say Parks and Recreation rocks. You guys did a great job on the 4th of July and pretty much a great job on everything you touch. And BSO, thanks for keeping us safe that weekend. Last weekend, there's a lot of people there. Moving on July 2nd, Commissioner Hudak proposed moving our local March elections to November, thereby opening up a path to grant himself and Commissioner Preston an extra 20 months in office. He proposed placing it on this year's November ballot. No election official should receive a term extension that they didn't campaign for and that the people didn't vote for. How is it even ethical for current commissioners to extend their own term lengths by nearly 2 years? The optics of this move are questionable at best. How fair and ethical is this to the residents and the new candidates who live in District 1 and 2 and are ready for a change? People have been funding campaigns for the new candidates who are actively seeking District 1 and 2 seats. The prospect of a March election being up in the air until November ballot is finalized means that they have to either stop campaigning or risk spending good money on an election that could be canceled. Let's increase voter participation in a way that respects voters' respects the choices voters have already made. Put out enough signs before the election, innovate new campaign styles. Candidates and active civic organizations need to reach out to the people that they know. And everyone in this room tonight and everyone on Zoom here shares the responsibility for engaging voters. Before considering changes that would extend current terms, District 1 residents are still waiting for solutions on significant unresolved issues, such as the Access Project access, construction traffic management, traffic calming, Pioneer Park, the boat ramp, and new potential development on the Duffy's property. We want to know what's being done about flooding before the next heavy rainfall. Residents should not be asked by their own commissioner to postpone an election and extend his term while so many significant community issues remain unresolved. Now, with regards to keeping Section 11 in the charter, this is not a District 1 issue. This is a Deerfield Beach issue. People live in the city because of the beach. Residents petitioned and the whole city signed, and then the whole city voted. This is a Deerfield Beach issue, not just a District 1 issue, although District 1 does pay the largest penalty for unintended consequences. Why wasn't this supermajority idea brought up before the Charter Review Board? With a supermajority requirement, that means that 2 votes will outweigh 3 commissioners' votes for their 3 districts. This leaves little recourse when unintended consequences are discovered. With regards to option A, extending two commissioners' terms,
10 seconds.
it was a supermajority of the Charter Review Board that voted that down. That's a bad idea. Let's not do it. Thank you for
Thank
your.
you. Thank you, Mrs. Bolowicz. Appreciate it. Thomas Nolan is next. And is there anyone?
Jackie Campbell, and then John Slattery and Michael Estrada.
Okay.
Thomas Nolan, can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Thomas Nolan, 406 Southeast 8th Avenue, Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. City Manager. Good evening. Obviously, I'm on reference to the flooding issue. I know Commissioner Hudak made some comments last night. I appreciate that. A couple of things I'd like to go over so everybody's aware. Obviously, the first flood that we had was 5 years ago, November 2020, was when we flooded for the first time, where 6 homes flooded on Southeast 8th Avenue. Obviously, fast forward October 2025, the second flood, a week after the project was completed, and 9 homes flooded, this time worse than prior years. I understand that we went with the 25-year, 100-year storm, a full moon, all that good stuff. Now, fast forward to July 2026, which was last Thursday at 6 a.m., it rained for approximately 2 hours and between 2.8 and 3.8 inches of rain, and we had water up to our doorstep. I believe that this is trying to be blamed on things from 1997. Gentlemen, 2 of you have been on this commission since 2020 in November. And if it's just now that we're giving direction and fierce, hey, we need to find a solution, why didn't we do that in 2020? And why did we accept something that Priscilla recommended that was the lowest bid for $3.2 million? And I'd really check the facts on the money. This was not tax dollars from Deerfield residents. This was federal CARES money that we got from COVID that we used for this. So stormwater management fee actually has not been used for this project. It was all federal CARES money. And we picked the lowest bid. So obviously the lowest bid and the design that we chose is not working. And I think that for us now to say we're now going to finally address it and look at it, it's disgusting. Because we're residents, we pay taxes. Yes, those are our tax dollars you have to use to protect us. You are correct, but that is the city's job. And I don't understand why we have to beg and beg and beg to get simple, essential services. Because I'm going to tell all of you, if you came home or woke up at 6 o'clock in the morning to water up to your doorstep, you would be shocked too that nobody's doing anything about it. And that there's no plan and there's nothing in next year's budget because we were going to act like this didn't happen. So I really urge you to get together and find an actual plan and look at Dania and look at Hallandale that put pumps in low-lying areas that no longer flood because they solved the problem. And please help us. That's all we're asking for. Thank you for your time. I hope you guys have an amazing meeting and a great 4th of July celebration by the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan. Madam Clerk, who is next?
Jackie Campbell.
Jackie Campbell, go ahead, please.
Hi, good evening. Jackie Campbell. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay, good evening. Jackie Campbell, 405 Southeast 8th Avenue. I'd like to first say thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. Thank you for a wonderful 4th of July weekend. I would like to passionately echo every single thing Thomas Nolan just stated as his neighbor who went through the same exact thing last year. So I will keep the details brief as he just went through all of them. But to recap, as he said, on July 2nd, we woke up to water at our doorsteps, and several of the residents on that street had to very swiftly, after just opening our eyes, implement our own flood mitigation systems that we, out of our own pockets, had to take it upon ourselves to install our flood barriers. And you might be thinking, well, that's great. That's the whole point of that. But the whole point of my point is that this is July. It is not a rainy season. We have not had rain in weeks. It wasn't a high tide. It wasn't a full moon. It wasn't the 100 years. It has been 8 months. And after 2 hours of rain, we nearly had water enter our homes again. So I would like to represent my family and my neighbors in saying that we deserve a formal update on what is being done to fix the failed drainage system now, and what the plans are for the future of the drainage system to ensure that we continue to remain safe in our homes in any weather, because I can assure you that is not how we feel currently. we really need an opportunity to continue to formally have our questions answered and addressed. Since the flood on October 26th and the one subsequent formal meeting that we had addressing these issues, the residents really feel that they have been left in the dark, have not had any information, have not had any of our questions answered unless we individually reached out to city members. And even then, we're given bits and pieces of information. So I'd just like to take this opportunity and thank you for giving me that opportunity to state on the record that we deserve answers, we deserve action, and we deserve to not have to live in fear and anxiety every single time that it rains. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Campbell. Madam Clerk, who is next?
John Slattery.
Okay, Mr. Slattery, go ahead, please.
Hello, John Slattery, 1455 Southeast 5th Place. So I've been coming to commission meetings for, I don't know, close to 15 years now. And over the years, it's been discussed, why are we having elections in March when, the main elections are happening in November, and how it reduces voter turnout. We've been told from the dais time after time, year after year, is that Deerfield Beach elections are too important, too precious to the citizens of Deerfield Beach for things to get buried and lost in a November election. But here we sit now with, Article 11 possibly be put looks like, rushed to be put on the ballot, and other changes to be put on there as well. One is changing the elections to November, which would then apparently, if that is voted and saves the city over $100,000 every election to do, which is one of the reasons why a lot of citizens have wanted to do that. Now, the surprise is, if that happens, that 2 of the commissioners would have their terms extended for nearly 2 years. So it's really a poison pill, right, to have to swallow to get what the citizens have wanted. So why don't we follow the guidance that the dais has been saying for years and years and years, is let's not have these important issues put on a November ballot. Let's keep it in March. Let's vote for the Article 11 changes and the changing of when the votes would be, right, from March to November. But let's vote on it in March like we have for years and years and years, and eliminate this, I don't even know what you want to call it, this tragic comedy of trying to extend the terms for 2 of the commissioners and avoid the will and vote of the people that actually are looking for some change up there in the dais. So all I'm asking you guys is to stick by what you've always done, what you've always said. Be consistent. Let's not vote on this stuff in November. Let's vote on it in March like we always have, and eliminate a lot of the complications, the confusion, the rushing of things that are too important now, with you guys not even having a good understanding of what the changes to Article 11 would even mean to the city. Let's stick with March. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slattery. Madam Clerk, who's next?
Michael Estrada, but he just walked in.
He went from like a ninja from Zoom to in person. Come on down, Mr. Estrada.
Hello, Michael Estrada, 1431 Southwest 6th Way. We know that beginning January 1st, 2027, Florida's new HB 1329 goes into effect, and the overall direction of the law is pretty clear, making sure local government budgeting is more transparent, more collaborative, and easier for residents to understand. So looking through last week's budget presentation, I think our city has a real opportunity to get ahead of that. For the new police department, I'd love to see us focus not only on what we're buying, but how we'll measure success. So a simple public dashboard with things like response times, community satisfaction, public lawsuit payout, budget updates against performance. I think those kind of things would give residents something really meaningful to follow along with. I'd also encourage creating a resident advisory group that can provide input on policing priorities and major budget decisions before they're finalized. These type of things take a budget to do properly and should be reflected here. This is the right time to protect taxpayers for the long haul. Since we're building a police department from the ground up, let's invest in the things that prevent expensive problems later. Things like strong training, accreditation, independent policy reviews, regular reporting on liability and legal claims, we know can run into the millions. So we all want an outstanding police department, and these are some of the things that I believe will help us get us there. Part of building from the ground up is making sure we're investing just as much in preventing the costly mistakes as we are in preventing crime. So as mentioned in the presentation, lean budgeting remains a key component of the city's commitment to fiscal responsibility, operational efficiency, and long-term financial sustainability. And if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. We need measurable goals shared with the community, as well as updates on how they're being met. I think Deerfield Beach is already moving in a really positive direction. My hope is that we don't just meet those new expectations for transparency just become one of the cities that is a shining beacon of it. I hear the commission talk a lot about wanting to bring the community in, being collaborative, really listening, and we appreciate when you do that. And I think we have a really big opportunity to make this collaboration, which to this point has been very heated, has been very divisive. I think it really is an opportunity to bring the city together and getting behind it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Estrada. Madam Clerk, anyone else online? Anyone else in the commission chamber like to speak? Mr. Chansey, come on down.
Good evening, Commissioners. Joe Chansey, 4250 Northeast 4th Avenue. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for the 4th of July event. It was good to see you all out there. It was hot, but it was good. And the fireworks topped off the night. Not to pretty much echo everyone else, it seems like District 1 been the hot topic for the city last little bit of comments. Between the Barrier Island, the flood in Southeast 8th and Northeast 3rd Avenue, I just want to remind the dais that, obviously you guys have a whole city to look after. I know that some people from the other districts would come out if they could, but District 1 seems to be a very hot topic. Barrier Island, from the comments from yesterday, there's a lot on you guys' hand on how you guys do it, right? And I applaud you all. It's not as easy as some may say and may do. So keep your eyes on that, especially with 60% of the island is, I believe, renters, and $6.6 million will be gone pretty soon from the CRA. So think about how we're going to replace that and how that's going to go with the current charter and the revised charter, right? So I want you guys to keep that in mind. But far as Southeast 8th Ave, I know you guys are working on it, but please help those people out. I had a family that we took in from the New Orleans, so I know how that is. So, and they went back to nothing. So I understand how that is. But I want to bring the attention to the Indy 500, Northeast 3rd Avenue. I would ask you all, please, 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 to stop by there, drive by there. Make sure you have your seatbelts on. I know I talked to Captain Hosteen. He agrees. Captain, if you hear, I'm not sure if there's quotas, but I'm pretty sure if they go there, they'll meet their quotas on Northeast 4th Avenue, not 4th Avenue, 44th Street in particular. It's almost a month, if not a month, since someone lost their life. My neighbor themselves, he's still traumatized because he was involved in an accident. So if there's anything we can do now, speed strips, I know there's certain things we can't do, but I know there's certain things that we can do immediately. And as of right now, even the solar stop sign, that flash will let people know they're coming up, hasn't been working. It's only on one side and that's not working. So please, guys, let's get out there. Let's do something. It is annoying and it's frustrating. All right. That's my time. I appreciate you all.
Thank you, Mr. Chansey. Last call for anyone inside the commission chamber to speak and anyone online. Madam Clerk? Okay, we're going to close the public comment portion tonight. And Mr. City Attorney, we have next the consent board appointments, items 5, 6, and 7.
Yes, items 5, 6, and 7 are currently on consent for board appointments.
Okay, is there any polls for 5, 6, and 7?
Yes, Mayor. I'd like to pull for discussion items 6 and 7.
Okay.
This concerns taking and removing Mr. Joe Cummings from the Community Appearance Board, who's the chairman of the board.
Okay, we'll get into discussion in a minute. We're just what numbers to pull for now. So 6 and 7. So that just leaves 5 as a standalone. So we'll probably just take them separately then, 5, 6, and 7. So Mr. City Attorney, you want to?
Sure.
We'll read them individually. We'll start with 5.
Item number 5 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, appointing Stephen Cherry as a regular member of the Community Appearance Board and providing for an effective date.
Okay, I don't see any lights. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on item number 5 only this evening? Just 5.
Good evening, gentlemen. Bertie Parnas, 3074 Harwood F, Deerfield Beach. Commissioner Plout, your recommendation for that committee position, is that to replace somebody or a vacancy?
Wait, we know this is not a back and forth inquisition, Mr. Parnas. You know the rules. You sat up here for 8 years. This is public comment, so you make the comments to us. Not
Okay.
back and forth.
I'd like to know on item 5, whether that recommendation is to fill a vacancy.
Any other comments?
No, it's a question. I hope I can get an answer.
This is not public comment time. You know that. This is public comment, public inquisition. There's no
It's not a
questions, it's
question of
comment.
public. The gentleman is recommending that somebody be placed on a committee. And simple question, is that to replace a vacancy?
Understood, but this is not the forum for questions. You had the opportunity to ask Mr. Plout before the meeting, before the commission meeting, but not during the meeting. This is the business meeting of the city.
Okay, I'll put it an opinion then.
Excellent. That's
I would ask the commission to applaud Commissioner Plout for appointing somebody to the committee. And I asked that if it's to remove somebody without us knowing about it, that they vote no. If they approve, then they vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parnas. Anyone else from the public like to speak on item number 5 this evening? Madam Clerk, anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay, we're going to close the public hearing to item number 5 this evening. And we have a couple lights on. Commissioner Plout, you have yours. It's your appointee.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I am the sponsor of this. Mr. Stephen Cherry is currently the alternate member. Mr. Cherry is an alternate member. He's already a member of the CAB. And Scott Mulheron was my regular guy. And after a year, he decided he was busy in his construction business and he wanted to step down. And he offered to stay on as long as I could find someone to move into that position. And Mr. Cherry was already an alternate. So he's a great guy. I've got feedback from the city attorney, as well as our deputy city manager who attends the meetings, that he comes to all the meetings. He's excited about it. Him and his wife moved into our area over the last year and a half. He lives in Deer Creek, and I met him at a social, which was a Kiwanis Club social that I attended, as I go to a lot of the Rotary and Kiwanis things. And I met him, and I was excited after talking with him, sir, for half an hour, 45 minutes. My wife was talking to his wife. We became friends before I realized that he was in my district, and he popped it on me. Oh, I heard you're commissioner, and I'd like to serve the city. And so he's already, it's a long explanation, but it deserves it. I'm very happy to have him on the board, and I'll be looking for an alternate to try to make sure that board is full.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Plout. Commissioner Shinetsky, you have your light on?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Thank you very much. I have a question, a procedural question. Next year, God willing, March of 2027, we're going to hopefully have 2 new commissioners, one in District 1 and one in District 2. So I assume there are incumbents in the advisory boards that are voluntary that were appointed by the prior commissioner of District 1, Mike Hudak, and when
if it doesn't go through and they're term limited, and Ben Preston. So procedurally, the new incoming District 1 and District 2 commissioners, would they be able to replace the advisory board because they're new? They want to replace them. That's their right. Could you give me the procedure on that? Or procedurally, legally, is that against replacing with new commissioners?
I mean, some of the boards have specific dates tied to them, but generally the board members' terms flow with the appointing commissioner. And so that they generally expire when the appointing commissioner's term expires or some period shortly thereafter. And then generally after the new commissioners are appointed, we have a vote and a reappointment for those seats.
But my question to you, is there anything in the charter? Is there anything in the ordinance that prevents the two new commissioners, District 1 and District 2, from replacing Planning and Zoning, Community Appearance Board? Is there anything in the charter, anything saying that that is not allowed? Could you pull that up for me? I'd like to know, is there anything?
So the charter does provide, in terms of removal of board members, the charter requires a majority vote of the city commission to remove a board member. And then the individual boards, their ordinances with respect to P and Z, for example, or CAB, generally those terms run with the commissioner. So when the commissioner's term expires, either upon expiration or sometime shortly thereafter, sometimes it'll say May 15th, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
And usually you would have the opportunity as a new commissioner in those seats to make your appointments to those boards.
But generally, I mean, is there some, and I really don't get a yes, I want a yes or no question. Legally, is there anything stopping the new District 1 commissioner and the new District 2 commissioner from appointing who they want to put in? They're having a whole new term. Is there anything stopping them legally from doing that, from pulling somebody, an incumbent, and saying, I want to put my own person? Is there anything legally stopping
Yeah, again, if it's a replacement and a removal, just other than majority, they would need a majority vote of the
Okay,
commission.
they would need a majority. All right,
Right.
thank you very much.
Sure.
I'll make a motion if there's no other discussion.
No other lights.
We have to do a public, some more public.
We did.
Closed it already. I'll make a motion to approve Stephen Cherry as a regular member of the Community Appearance Board.
Seconded.
Thank
Okay,
you.
motion to approve item 5 by Commissioner Plout, second by Commissioner Shinesky. Madam Clerk, let's call the roll on this, please.
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinesky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hudak,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes.
Item-
Item number 6, City Attorney?
Yes. Item number 6 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, appointing Lester Gerson as a regular member to the Community Appearance Board, removing Joseph Cummings from the board, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, we're evaluating number 6 by itself. Commissioner Shinesky, this is your item, you're the sponsor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to say Les Gerson lives in District 3. He's been living in District 3 for 7 years. When I was an alternate for planning and zoning, and I was put there by the prior commissioner. And I was put there by the commissioner for planning and zoning because I had supported him during his second term. And this was sort of like a reward. I'm gonna tell you something with planning and zoning. I don't know a schematic drawing from a hole in the ground. I work hard, I studied, I researched, and I did an adequate job. And I voted on 2 pieces of getting our own daycare center and also the Holy Cross emergency room. I'm very proud of that. But I didn't know anything about planning and zoning. And I was rewarded for being a supporter of the prior commissioner who just got up there to speak. Now that I'm commissioner, I want people that could hit the ground running. I want people that have expertise. And I find that in Les Gerson. Let me tell you a little bit about Les Gerson. Again, he's been living in District 3 in Century Village for 7 years. Les Gerson has been a member of Century Village Master Management. Now, what Century Village Master Management does, they have a $19 million annual budget. And the budget is for the infrastructure, for the landscape, for the sidewalk, for the trees, for the roads, for the wastewater pipes. There are 8,500 individual units in Century Village. And Master Management controls that and tries to benefit it. There are 17 miles worth of roads in Century Village, 17 miles. And Les Gerson had, in my observation of going to management meetings for those 6 years, he had a tremendous intake in terms of putting the new perimeter wall around Century Village, both Military Trail and Hillsborough Boulevard. He put a lot of feedback and direction in putting those walls. I also want to say Les Gerson has a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering. He has a master's degree in electrical engineering as well. I mean, he knows schematic drawings. Also, the main gate, which was almost a 4-year project, took 4 years, the main gate. He had a lot of input along with the Master Management Board. I mean, it was a team effort. Everybody from Eli Oakham to Val Smeichel, Mike Routberg, they all did a great job. But I saw the way he took control of the issues, and I was extremely impressed. The sidewalks in Century Village, Cambridge, Lyndhurst, it was dirt before, and his input. Now we have beautiful sidewalks in Century Village, and there's a beautiful meditation park that before was an old abandoned golf course in Century Village. A community garden. We're working on having a community garden for Century Village. Les had a tremendous amount of input with that. Most importantly, with the golf course, they're making it into a central park, which will have gazebos, bike paths, fountains, and they're starting on it right now. And Les Gerson, through his questions, through his direction, through his leadership, is making this a reality along with the other members of the board. The crosswalk markings. About 25 years ago, I've been living in Century Village 25 years. 25 years ago, there were no crosswalks. They were very poor lighting. And I got into an accident. I collided at 5 in the morning. I collided with a 66-year-old gentleman because there was no lights. I couldn't see. And he was in the road. I was in the road, and boom, at 5 in the morning. But he's working on getting crosswalk markings, the maintenance of Century Village. When I moved to Century Village 25 years ago, it was considered a place where people died. And I was ashamed when I used to say, I live in Century Village. I moved there to take care of my mom who had a stroke. So I was ashamed of it. Now, Century Village is probably one of the best senior citizens or 55 and older vibrant communities in South Florida. And I'm so proud to be a part of that. But it's all because of Master Management. They've done all the work. And Les had a large doing in that. Also, the cable contract, I saw him negotiate to get the best cable rates for residents of Century Village. Also, the negotiation of security. We had poor security at one point. He negotiated to get the best security for Century Village. So this guy is a doer. This guy doesn't sit back, doesn't take things for granted, and there's no affiliation. I know of him. I admire his work, but this is no quid pro quo. I'm putting Les because I want the best people on these boards. Plus, the bottom line is this. This is volunteer. You know how hard it is to get good volunteers that really care, that have the expertise. So when you find somebody like a Les Gerson that has the expertise and the desire to serve his city and his community and his district, I'm going to jump on that. Now, it's taken a year. You're right. It's taken a year because you know what? I wanted to make sure before I made any move for Community Appearance Board, I wanted to make sure I had somebody that's a superstar. And in my mind, Les Gerson is a superstar, and he's going to benefit not only District 3 with his representation, but he's also going to benefit the whole city. I mean, right now, we're going into some major things, development, possibly a new city hall, the island, so many things that, I mean, you need somebody that really knows what's going on, that has a track record, and that's Les Gerson. Les Gerson is also the president of Temple B'nai Shalom. And Les Gerson's wife, Barbara Gerson, I picked her to be the Deerfield Beach Education Advisory member. So, I mean, this is a power couple that they give their heart and soul, not only to Century Village East, but to District 3 and Deerfield Beach. And I'm very proud that I was able to find Les, and that I'm proud and honored that he's willing to take on the challenge of serving his community. So, the prior committee member for Community Appearance Board, that's wonderful, and I'm glad he was chairman. That's wonderful. But, these are volunteer positions, and we need to be able to rotate. Nobody has, nobody's attached to a volunteer advisory position. Nobody is. It's for the benefit of the people to make sure that it's always rotating, just like me. At some point, I'll serve my time and then give it to somebody else. But you know something? Hopefully that somebody else will be really beneficial to the city. So I feel the same way. I'm not saying anything about the prior. He's done an adequate job. I'm happy, a credible job. I give him commended, but I think it's time for a change. And this is what the people want. So I'm asking to please approve Lester Gerson as a regular member to the Community Appearance Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Plout, you have your light on?
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing against Mr. Gerson, of course. I know also, sir, how hard it is to get people to serve on a board. In fact, I went to staff through the city manager 6 months ago to ask in our weekly report that we get an attendance of all the boards. I was shocked to find that there was not representation on some of the boards. I was also shocked that some of the people that I had appointed to boards were not showing up and telling me what an honor it was to serve the city, and they want to get more involved. And then I find out they're not even going to the meeting, and how embarrassing. So I'm glad, and I thank the city manager for instantly thinking that, well, this is easy to solve. I can just give you an attendance log. And I learned a lot from that attendance log. So, and I was turned down for somebody that I wanted to have on a board. Yeah, that person was from a different district, and that person also ran against one of my colleagues. I get it. It's politics. But it was also to serve on a very temporary board that was about to expire in 4 months. And the people that I had appointed to that board were not showing up, and I felt like I wasn't getting representation. But it was voted down, and so it happens, and I accepted it, and I moved on. I do see that Mr. Cummings has been on the Community Appearance Board for a long time. He worked his way from alternate to a regular member to the chairman. And I believe he wants to stay in that position. So it is your prerogative to move someone. There is a majority vote that does have to happen for the commission. And I just feel like Mr. Cummings is doing a great job, and it would be a loss to the city to not have him serve the city in a capacity. I've talked to people that are very impressed with him. He does his homework. He runs the meetings. He contributes to the city. And I think it would be a loss. And Mayor, that's why I had to bring it up for discussion. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shinsky, we'll come back to you. Let's open it to the public on item number 6. Anyone from the public in the commission chamber like to speak on item number 6, please?
Sandra Jackson, 386 Southwest 35th Avenue. I know once the commissioner, the mayor get appointed, you do have a choice whether you want to keep that person on board or not, whether that person's serving on board a long time. I think if you guys don't get this guy, from what I'm hearing, I don't know if him less, he has some very, very good resume, okay? No matter how long the other guy served on the committee, I know when Mayor Robb was up there, she appointed people. I'm quite sure, Mr. Dorsey, when you was there, you guys appointed, because you appointed me at one time. Mr. Preston, when he got in seat, he might have moved somebody that been on the board a long time. So I think it's fair as a commissioner, the mayor, It should be your choice who you want to put on that board, whether the person served a long time or not. Because if you feel like somebody is going to do a good job, although that person that's on that board already did a good job, it's fine. But you also have to give other people a chance to do a good job and try them out also. I'm quite sure if this guy did all this stuff in Central Village, I'm quite sure he's an asset to the city of Deerfield Beach.
Thank you. Mr. Cummings?
Joe Cummings, 267 Oak Ridge P. I served as a township supervisor in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, as well as a number of years on the Planning Commission. I'm a FAA licensed pilot. I'm a licensed paramedic from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and I too am a general class FCC operator. I've lived in Century Village for just about 10 years. During that time, for 9 years, I was the Sergeant of Arms for Century Village. As a matter of fact, actually, Commissioner Shinetsky had run against me 1 year, and I was reelected with a landslide vote. I have served recently, and I thank you for your comments about master management. I think there was 7 candidates for master management, and I was the top vote getter, and I have been elected to master management. So I appreciate your words as far as what we do. And Les Gerson's a great guy. I served with him on SEAC, and which was a program to accredit buildings and help buildings that are struggling and get them and raise the standard for those buildings. You know, I just wanted to serve, and I was appointed by then Commissioner Bernie Parnas, and as the alternate, I was elected as the vice chairman. And then when the vice chairman left, they voted me in as their chairman. So as far as background is concerned, I have a pretty extensive background. I worked as a firefighter paramedic and as a law enforcement and as well as Homeland Security. So as a firefighter paramedic, I had a unique opportunity as on the Planning Commission to interject those types of oversight. And I want you to know that to be removed from a position like this, especially one that I enjoy serving because I disagree politically with the District 3 Commissioner, I just think that that's just not a good reason to do that. So if you guys could see that I would be and remain on this position, I will continue with a near perfect attendance record. I'm always the first one here and last one to leave. I've made every meeting that we've had in the years that I've been here. And if you talk to the city employees that I serve with, I think that they will tell you that I run a very fast, efficient meeting, giving everybody the opportunity to talk and have input. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings.
Bernie Parnas, 3074 Harwood F, Deerfield Beach. I met Joe Cummings a number of years ago, and his background of community planning in Pennsylvania interested me. He worked his way up to be chairman, never missed a meeting, never missed the city hall meeting. In my fight to help get the new guardhouse done, I never met the new person from master management. I dealt with the head of master management in trying to get them permits. Whoever was guiding them, and Commissioner Shinetsky feels he was guiding them, that they never processed the paperwork properly to get permits. In fact, it took them 11 months to make an appointment for the Community Appearance Board. That wasn't Joe Cummings' fault. That was master management's. Yet he helped them. He helped get the wall done. He helped get the right turn lane into the village done. And to throw him in the garbage after the years of hard work on this commission would be a travesty. When you get good people, you want to keep them because they do the job and they care. Joe Cummings cares about this city. He goes to more commission meetings than I do. He's here every meeting that you have because he loves this city. He's worked for this city, and it would be a shame to just discard him for a political ploy. Thank you.
Thank you, former Commissioner. Mr. Freitag?
Good evening, Roger Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street, Deerfield Beach, Florida. I know Mr. Cummings. I see him around all the time. Yes, he does a great job, but maybe the new person will do a great job as well. I think the city attorney made it very clear that when a new commissioner comes in, that commissioner is allowed to choose who they would like on these boards. And I don't understand, why would we take this decision away from Commissioner Shanetsky if he's more comfortable with Les Gerson? I appreciate what Mr. Plout said, and I came up and spoke at that time too, because it did stink. It didn't make any sense to me that you could take someone from District 1 and put them in District 4. However, this is a straight up swap. If Mr. Shanetsky feels comfortable with a different person on this board, that board, or the other board, then it should be his legal right, as we heard earlier from the attorney, that he should be able to make that change. Nobody's taking anything away from Mr. Cummings for all of his years of service. I applaud that. He gave us his resume. I applaud that as well. I just don't understand why anybody would be afraid of change. That's all I have to say on this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on item number 6?
Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. It seems like every meeting you all are breaking long-standing precedents. I come to many meetings, and I remember the other commissioners acquiescing to the wishes of the commissioner who is making the appointment, whatever his or her reasons are. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, is there anyone online?
John Slattery and then April Bolowich.
Okay. Mr. Slattery, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'd like to just echo what Mr. Freitag said and Mr. Hers as well. You know, this is the way that I've seen this commission operate. Is the new commissioner typically will put their chosen representative on these boards. And I wouldn't see why anything should be different this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Bolowich, you're next.
Hi, thank you. April Bolowich, 899 Northeast 4th Street. And I came on to say the same thing. I completely agree with Roger Freitag, Dan Hurst, and John Slattery. I think it's the commissioner's right to choose the person he thinks would do the best job. Thank you. That's all I needed to say.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, anyone else online? Anyone else inside the commission chamber on item number 6? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing on, whoa, slow down, Trigger. We're going to close the public hearing on item number 6. And then all the lights are coming on. So Commissioner Shanetsky, this is your item. You can go, followed by Commissioner Preston and then Vice Mayor Hudak.
I don't know if anyone ever heard, there's a little movie called The Godfather. I don't know if you've ever heard it, but I remember The Godfather, the movie, with Marlon Brando, Al Pacino. So Al Pacino said, he said, you know something? It's nothing personal. It's strictly business. And this is the business of the city. I also want to add that Les Gerson also owned an art school. So this is a guy that has an electrical engineering degree. He has a graduate degree in electrical engineering. So in terms of technical matters, planning, schematic, He's on it. He also owned an art school. So that shows his artistic ability, his way to look at things for the betterment and the beauty of the community. Now, what is this? This is a community appearance board. In the chain of command, you have the community appearance board. It comes to the board. They talk, they discuss, and then they vote on whether to pass it forward to planning and zoning on things like everything from new property, new building, new garden, anything to do with the city, it goes to the community appearance board. So to have a gentleman that has, technical experience, tested technical experience in creating great projects and working with the board and working with the other committee people in master management, and to have that artistic feel because he owned an art school and the spirit of volunteerism. I mean, he's the president of the synagogue for Century Village. That's the most important thing. That's what makes this city great, the spirit of volunteerism. If we shut this down, if we shut this down and say, no, you can't volunteer, there's a reason why, it's going to defeat people. People are going to say, you know what? I don't even want to get involved. I don't want to even go through this. It takes a lot of courage for somebody to come up here and put their life and credentials on the line towards the city. So I think we really need to, look at this. I think it's time for a change because change is good. I'm not saying anything bad about the prior community appearance board person, but I'm saying you must have change, and that nobody has a lock on a position. Nobody, especially when you're for the government. I mean, I'm a city employee. I work for the people, and the volunteers on these advisory boards, they work for the people as well. They're representing the people. So, and I trust his expertise. I think it's very important that we move this forward. One more thing, in terms of what happened with the charter revision, I felt very strongly that a person should be in the district that they're representing, because this way they know what's happening in that district. You can't have somebody in District 4, District 2, which is so different than District 4. You can't have them. It's not plausible. And that's why all my appointees, they live in District 3, and that's what it's all about. So, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Preston, you were next.
Thank you, Mayor. First, when I got elected, this exact situation happened to me. This exact situation. And it wasn't all this drama that I'm seeing now, which disappoints me. What happened is a letter was made up thanking the person for their service and thanking them for their contribution. And what Mr. Freitag said, what Mr. Hurst said, what Mr. Slattery said, Ms. Bolovich, they're all on target. The incoming commission gets to choose. And if we start messing with that, then we need to do it with everybody. But see, that's not the problem. See, what bothers me now about this whole situation is that, and nobody wants to talk about it, it's personal. And once it gets personal like it is, now you got to play politics. And you're now dragging the commission into this, forcing them to side. And I don't like that. This should have been handled in a manner in which it does not squeeze the public at all, doesn't put the public in an uncomfortable situation. All the responses, though I agree with them, Mr. Freitag shouldn't have had to make that. The incoming commissioner gets to choose. However, the incoming commissioner and someone else can have these personal things that are happening, and it should not make its way to the commission. That's the bottom line, and it has. And now the commission is forced to have to make a decision. I want it to stay the way that it is. And the reason that a commissioner gets to pick basically without heavy scrutiny is because you trust your colleagues. You trust them to make good decisions. And if we can't trust the commissioner to appoint somebody to a board that can that is going to do a good job, maybe that commissioner shouldn't be in his seat. You have to trust the judgment of the commissioner. But this is a lot more than actually you representing someone to the board. It's a lot more to this. It's a lot more to this. Because I believe, Mr. Cumming, my personal feeling is that he does do a good job. That's my personal feeling. However, I don't think that you should be denied your pick. But what's really behind this? What's really is the situation? That's what bothers me. Because now here we are trying to be an example and telling the public about how decorum should be, especially from the dais. And here we are playing games, politics, because there are issues and nobody wants to talk about that. And Mr. Cummings was right. Because I disagree with the District 3 commissioner, now we got a clash. Okay, that can happen. People do disagree, and they do it all the time. Look at the way people are fighting, not only here, but exactly, exactly. And they do it at every level of politics, every level, state, federal, you see it all the time. But what is problematic is that when it makes its way to this commission, where you force other people who want nothing to do with this, from the personally in any way, to make decisions on things like this. So I think Mr. Cummings is a good person. I think he does a good job. And I think if he was left in the position, he'll continue to do the good job. However, I think Commissioner Shinesky gets every right to pick whoever he wants for the board. And that's it. And we have to trust his judgment. And if his judgment is deceiving to us and we find that out, then we need to have a discussion with him. It's that simple. But when you play politics like this and it becomes personal, it's wrong. It's not only wrong to this dais, it's wrong to the people that we represent, because they expect us to do a better job, to act like decent adults that know how to resolve issues and not like a bunch of kids. I don't like you and this happened and that, and I could say something right now that I witness, and I'm not going to, but this thing is personal and it's wrong. It's wrong. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Vice Mayor Hudak.
Well, I'm glad I followed Ben because I don't have to speak as much. Because I agree with him 100%. I talked to my member of the CAB to find out, what did Joe do anything wrong while he was on the board? No, he runs a great shop. He's always there. He's always here at the commission. So he does a fantastic job and he's extremely qualified. And this is personal. This is not professional. This is not because, I want to make I want to make a change because I found somebody more qualified. This is because I want to stick it to somebody who I don't like, who just happens to be on the board, even though I appointed him a year ago. That being said, I too feel that a commissioner should have that right to make the decision on who represents him on the board. And most of the times, I agree 100% that individual should be within their district. But if you find somebody that is super qualified, who doesn't live in your district, if it's going to improve that board, I think that's the right thing to do. I do have an opening in the CAB board, so if Joe applies for that position, I will nominate him for that board. But I do think that Commissioner Shinesky does have the right to make the decision on who represents him on the board.
Thank you. No more lights. So I'll go ahead and jump in on this. And so this is playing politics at its worst. Let's just call it for what it is. This is bad politics. And it's bad politics because this dais allowed it. In my first 8 years in office, I can't remember a single board appointee that was denied by the commission. Then last year, the District 4 commissioner goes to appoint a member to the Charter Review Board, and he was denied for all of the reasons that everyone is trying to stand up for and say tonight, saying, oh, we should trust his judgment. You know, the commissioner should pick whoever he wants. The commissioner should have the ability to do so and put his people on board. That was not the arguments that the people making them tonight are saying. That's not it at all. This commission set a horrible precedent a year ago when it went behind the judgment of a district commissioner to reject his appointment to the Charter Review Board. And that was all politics too. That appointee was a former candidate in the office and belonged to a political party that a lot of people did not agree with her opinions. So her denial, while couched in terms of, yes, she lives in a different district, that was all politics too. Let's call this, let's all be honest here, okay? So tonight, we have someone who, by all means, has been said as a good board member. There's been nothing to disparage what he's done on that board. So now this commission, before, substituted its judgment for the district commissioner. It imposed a requirement that did not exist. There was no requirement whatsoever that a charter review member live in the district in which they were appointed from. None whatsoever. And it was brought out that night. And despite that, despite this dais knowing that there was no requirement, they rejected that candidate because they imposed their own requirement that the commissioner, that the candidate needed to live within the district, which requirement never, ever existed. It was imposed by this dais. This dais substituted its judgment for the district commissioner. So why can't we substitute our judgment now? This dais set that precedent. It's a horrible precedent. It's awful. For the first 8 years in office, it never happened. Now this dais did it. And so they opened the door to it. So Mr. Cummings, did he have any malfeasance? Did he do anything wrong? Absolutely not. This is politics. This is politics because the District 3 commissioner is afraid Mr. Cummings is going to run against him for re-election. That's what this is about. The District 3 commissioner said, this is what the people want. This is not what the people want. I've talked to the people of Century Village and they're aware of the political games that are going on out there. This is time for change. I heard time for change twice by the District 3 commissioner and twice by the District 2 commissioner. Yeah, you mentioned about change, that it's the district commissioner's ability to pick whatever change that he wants. Right. So this is, again, this board set this precedent. And I don't see where Mr. Cummings has done any malfeasance to be removed from the board. I don't think it's appropriate to remove somebody that hasn't done anything wrong. If this was 13 months ago, I would have had a much different opinion and deferred to the district commissioner's opinion. But this board set this in motion, and I warned then that this day would come, and unfortunately, it's here today. So I'm here to remind everybody that actions have consequences. If you're going to vote against somebody because you're going to impose your own requirement, then be consistent and do that tonight. You need to find something wrong with the candidates on that board. And by all means, there's nothing wrong with Mr. Cummings. Look at all the people that spoke in favor of the district commissioner. That's all of his buddies that are out there. So to say this isn't political is absolute nonsense. Absolute nonsense. So you can leave, Mr. Freitag. Chief? You can leave right now, Mr. Freitag. Thank you. No, I'm not. But thank you for your opinion. You said so during your comments. Everyone said during the comments, this is nothing but drama that is unnecessary. And I concur with you. This did not need to come to this. We've never, ever on a consent board appointment had this go on for more than 30 seconds. And now here we are, X amount of time into it. It's shameful that it's come to this, but that's the precedent that was put in place. And so I'm just following the precedent that this board voted for before when they substituted their judgment for commissioner's pick for a requirement that did not exist. So having no requirement here, why should we be removing Mr. Cummings? Again, there's no malfeasance. There's nothing that he did wrong. I don't see the reason to remove him. If we were to defer solely to the district commissioner, then that would be just basically a stick in the eye to the District 4 commissioner a year ago for his appointment that he was not allowed to make. I knew that would get some lights. Commissioner Schnetsky, followed by Commissioner Preston.
Thank you very much, Mayor. All right, so I just want to bring up that last year, when the charter revision, my main argument was, I don't think we should have two people that live in District 2, represent the Charter Revision Board. Charter revision basically is to make changes. We haven't gone through the charter revision in 24 years. You know how important this is? And as you can see, the charter revision is talking about some critical issues. The island, the voting, it's critical. So I fought and I wanted to make sure that we had people that lived in the district. I didn't want to have two people that lived in District 2 that would throw out the balance of the charter revision. So, and that argument was brought to the commission, and by majority, it was approved that, they shouldn't have a person that lived in a different district, like District 2, represent District 4. So it was agreed by a majority decision. It may have even been agreed 4-1. I think the mayor also, and if you could look this up, I think the mayor voted against putting Darlene Stouffer. Preston put same argument against Darlene Stouffer because she didn't live in the district, and also Mike Hudak. I remember that. I have a good memory. So, all right, now let's talk about something else. Let's talk about politics. If you go on the website right now, and you can look it up, Joe Cummings endorsed the mayor. When the mayor was running in March of 25, Joe Cummings went campaigning with the mayor. Let's be real here. The mayor has a very close relationship with Joe Cummings. Bernie Preston, the former commissioner, has a very close relationship with Bernie Cummings. Parnes, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry. Parnes, excuse me. So, believe it or not, if Les Gerson did not have that expertise, I didn't make this stuff up. To be, 4 to 6 years in master management, doing all these projects that he worked on, and people saw the way he worked. To have an engineering degree, to have an art school, all these projects he's worked on. I'm not just pulling somebody out of my hat. So I resent when somebody says this is personal. He's wrong. Talking about politics, look up the internet right now if you have your phones, Joe Cummings and Todd Drosky, and you'll see for yourself their arms are around each other. So he wants to protect him. If it was anybody else and Community Appearance Board, I guarantee there wouldn't be this drama. I'm not putting drama. I want to do what's best for the district. We're going up right now, major development, like I said, in the island, the City Hall, Pioneer Park, Dixie Highway. I want somebody that can hit the ground running. I don't want, I want somebody that can make a difference, that will have a different point of view. And that's why we change. I'm not punishing. I don't care. I'm not punishing the incumbent, but I want to give an opportunity for someone else. That's a democratic way. And to spin it, making like I'm the bad guy or I'm doing something personal, is wrong and it's injustice. So I resent that. So again, give someone else a chance, especially someone with tremendous experience, with a community spirit like you wouldn't believe, that his wife also serves on the board. Is there something political that I appointed his wife, Barbara Gershon, in the Deerfield Beach Education Advisory Board? Was there something political in that? No, she's a teacher. She's taught for decades. So I wanted the best person. That's the bottom line, believe it or not. I think it's time for a change. And I think as commissioner, I have a right to do that.
Thank you. Commissioner Preston, before I get to you, I left out the most important part of my speech at the end here. Despite my diatribe going into politics and commissioners not their judgment not being trusted, actually, is we need to get this back on track. So I am going to vote for number 6. because we need to get this back on track. We need to get back to the commissioners and trusting each other and not second guessing their appointments and playing this game of politics and drama that's up here because it should not come to board appointments when we have this. So there's something wrong with the candidate, then we can have that discussion when and if the time comes, and I hope that it doesn't. But amongst the dais up here, we need to get this back on track. But I could not sit back the entire time and listen to the district commissioners getting their way or their judgments when that didn't happen. That didn't happen last year. And I couldn't let that go without saying, because it was too important. But I hope we get this back on track. And that's how I wanted to close out my comments. And I didn't before. So Commissioner Preston.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, and I'm going to say to you, if you quote me, you got to quote exactly what I said. I didn't say anything about change. What I said was that you have to respect the commissioner's ability to be able to pick whoever he wants. Now, if it was left up to me, and I'll tell you this, Commissioner Shinesky, if it was left up to me, Mr. Cummings stays in that position. But that's not what it's about. I trust your judgment. I believe that you've done your homework, and the person that you want to bring forward is an appointee that is better than you. It means that you think that this person will really represent the city better than you think that they would. That's why I say trust the position of the commissioner. And so that's why it is important that we not mess with this thing, because every commissioner has a chance to be able to appoint whoever he or she thinks is credible and would represent the board. There are people in my district who have come to me, and I've interviewed them, and I've appointed them as a regular member or an alternate to that board, simply because they want to serve. And as you said, this is volunteer. If we're not careful what you do for the little light that exists in people that want to give of themselves, you'll crush that light by what's happening right here. So that's why I think the process should be what it is. Unfortunately, something personal has made its way here, and it shouldn't have been that way. But I'm going to agree that Commissioner Shinesky, that you've done your homework and your heart is drawn to having the best person that you feel that would do a great job for this city come forward as your representative. And that's why I support, I may not necessarily support your opinion, but I support the process.
Okay, I think it's time for a motion.
Could I make a motion?
Of
Oh,
course.
motion to approve Les Gerson as a regular member to the Community Appearance Board.
Second.
Motion to approve item 6 by Commissioner Shinesky, seconded by Commissioner Preston. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Plaut,
No.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinesky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hudak,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes.
Item number 7 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, appointing Angela Falzone as a regular member and Dominique Pizzo as an alternate member to the Planning and Zoning Board, removing William Lane from the board, providing for an effective date.
Commissioner Shinesky, this is your item again. I think based upon the logic of the last item, I think you can give the Cliff Notes version on this.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mayor. I appreciate that. It's a resolution appointing Angela Falzone as a regular member for Planning and Zoning. Again, like Michael Corleone said, it's nothing personal, it's strictly business. This is the business of the city. Angela Falzone lives in District 3. She lives in District 3. She's been living there for 5.5 years. Okay. She lives in Century Village. Now, I chose her. Number one, she's an alternate for Planning and Zoning. She's been an alternate since August of 2025. Angela Falzone is a certified realtor. That's her occupation, a certified realtor. She's also has certification and experience as a property manager. She also was a project manager for the Boca Raton Resort Tower, which is a multi-million-dollar project. So again, for planning and zoning, she has a lot of hands-on experience, a lot of knowledge, and she's been in the wings, for a year, going to, planning and zoning, taking notes. So I think it's time for her to be elevated to a primary position. I give credibility to the incumbent, but I think again, it's time for a change. But what really makes me very interested in Ms. Falzone moving up to primary is her community spirit. She's a member of the Deerfield Beach Women's Club. Member of the Deerfield Beach Women's Club. She's a regular member. She's a member of the Deerfield Beach Rotary Club. She's a member of the Deerfield Beach Historical Preservation Society, Historical Society. And she's also a secretary for the Century Village East Republican Club. She's actually a secretary. It's a different party than what I am, but I respect her community spirit that, I want to elevate her as primary. She's also secretary of in Century Village, the Richmond C Board, which is a 4-story building. It's one of our larger buildings, 4-story. So she has tremendous experience, technical experience. She could hit the ground running. She's, like I said, she was an alternate. She went to meetings. She could hit the ground running and give a different perspective. The incumbent's been there for 5-6 years, was appointed by the prior commissioner. I think it's time for a change. She's gone, and people know her. She's gone to city commission meetings on a regular basis. Same thing. Almost all the city commission meetings, she's been there. Town halls, chattels, the public safety chattels, she's gone. Workshops. And I mean, she puts herself out. So I'm very honored to nominate her. And I'm very excited to have her point of view. Again, this is for planning and zoning. Critical changes are going to be happening, being brought to planning and zoning. And we need somebody with that different view than what we had in the last 6-7 years. We need somebody with that volunteer spirit. So I'm very, very excited to nominate Angela Falzone for planning and zoning as a regular member. I think it's time for a change. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And there's no lights. Anyone from the public like to speak on item number 7 this evening?
Yes. Okay.
Public.
Sandra Jackson again, 386 Southwest 35th Avenue. Again, I said, I think it's up to the commissioner or the mayor to point who they want in their position. And no, I'm not no good friend of Daniel. I want to put that on record. So I'm just speaking what I believe. You guys should have your own choice. Okay?
Thank you.
Dan Hers, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. I'm going to tread very lightly on this subject because I don't want to suffer the same fate as Mr. Freitag. But Mayor, to say that these appointments, that you have not played political games with these appointments is very disingenuous. I'm not going to go into the details, but those people who follow the city will know if I just mention these 2 names involved with the mayor, you'll all be able to figure it out. And those 2 names are the woman sitting behind me, Sandra Jackson, and the woman who was the 2024 Volunteer of the Year for the whole city of Deerfield Beach, Nina Minucci. And also, just happened 2 months ago, Commissioner Hudak and Ms. Hackett conspired to keep me off the non-uniform pension board. And you can hate my guts, but you have to admit that I kind of know something about numbers and would have been a big asset. But because of personal reasons only, I was kept off that board. So to say that that doesn't happen all the time is disingenuous. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak on item number 7? Madam Clerk, anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay, we're going to close the
Tina?
public comment. Item
Tina.
number 7.
Please, Tina, she came down. Thank you.
I'll reopen it for one more.
Thank you.
Okay, sure. 1013 Klein, 1013 Ellesmere A. Angela's a wonderful lady. She's very creative, very vibrant, very intelligent, very devoted. She's very conscientious. She's a great listener and a fantastic doer. And I think that's what you'd probably like on this board. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, now we're gonna. Okay, we're not gonna keep closing and opening, so if you want to speak, just get in line, folks.
Bernie Parnes, 3074 Harwood F. Being a building manager is not planning for, let's say, Dixie Highway. Planning and zoning takes experience, a lot of experience. We don't need catastrophe buildings. For instance, you wouldn't build a 40-story hotel on the beach. That's not who Deerfield is. Taking somebody who's spent years in planning and zoning to help design this city and saying, sorry, we got a lady that was a building manager and a real estate agent, and she's going to replace you, to me is a mistake. Non-experience. Read her app that she put in from the city clerk, even if you have to delay the vote. She has no experience in planning and zoning. None. Zero. Bupkis. But every commissioner can pick whoever they want. If that's your attitude, why bother?
Ms. Massey, go ahead.
Rita Massey, 349 Northeast 19th Avenue. I don't know, Bernie, did you have any experience?
Massey,
in
you have
being
to
a
address the commission. You
I'm
have to address the
sorry.
commission,
I'm
please.
sorry. I'm sorry. This gal is more than qualified for this position. And she's a volunteer. She's right on the money. And you would be making a big mistake if you didn't take her into the fold of Deerfield Beach. She's very dedicated. And I think, Dan, you were very wise in choosing her to be part of our team. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, last call, and I mean it this time for those inside the commission chamber. Last call online, Madam Clerk. Okay, we're going to close the public hearing on item number 7. Commissioner Shinetsky, followed by Commissioner Plout.
Thank you very
And then-
much.
And then we'll vote.
Well, two things I want to bring up, very, very important. And I guess maybe the prior commissioner, my predecessor, didn't really hear what I was saying. I was appointed for planning and zoning alternate on the planning and zoning board by the prior commissioner. I had no experience in planning and zoning. I can't even change a light bulb. I'll be honest with you. I can't even change a light bulb. I mean, you show me a schematic drawing, I'm like, I can't even read a map, and I was in the Air Force. So, but yet he put me on planning and zoning as an alternate. I learned and I did an adequate job. I asked questions. In fact, Commissioner Plout was the chairman. Had a great relationship. He'd always say, all right, Shinetsky, what do you think? So, let's be real here. Also, I guess he didn't hear what I said, that she was a project manager for Boca Raton Resorts Tower. That's a multi-million-dollar project. And she worked on that. So please don't put down her accomplishments or shortchange it to spin. So I want to bring that up. I also want to bring up, there's a second half to this. The second half to this is I want to put as an alternate a gentleman replacing Angela when she gets moved up, Dominic Pizzo. Dominic Pizzo is here right now. Hi, Dominic is here with his lovely wife. Let me tell you a little bit about Dominic Pizzo. And again, he lives in District 3. And look at his experience. Dominic Pizzo had a real estate business for 40 years in Massachusetts. Dominic Pizzo is a Vietnam era veteran. He's a Vietnam era veteran. He worked on condo development, getting housing for people. I mean, that's a big part of what planning and zoning is. and he's gonna try to be an alternate. Also, Dominic Pizzo was in the Department of Homeland Security. He was a chief of staff for FEMA. Now, what does FEMA does? It's disaster response. In other words, hurricanes, accidents, natural disasters. Dominic Pizzo was involved in trying to minimize it. So he has tremendous experience. Now, he's been living in Century Village, District 3 for 16 years. He's on the Cookfee, it's called Cookfee, condo owners of Century Village East. He's on the board of directors. And again, all three candidates that I'm bringing up, I've seen them at work. I've seen them at work. I've seen them in action. He's on the board of directors. He's in charge of training and education. He got the Red Cross. He's going to, to do training in Century Village. Fire inspections. He's done a lot of great things. In terms of community spirit, he was with the Century Village East Italian Club. He was also the president at one point of the Bocce. Bocce, that's with the balls. Yeah, I don't know. You throw the balls. So this is a guy with a tremendous amount of drive, eager to volunteer and help. He didn't have to do this. He didn't have to, but he says, you know what, Daniel, I want to do something for the city. So I'm bringing in two wonderful people that have experience, that have the volunteer spirit, Dominic and Angela. And again, like I said a trillion times, this is nothing personal. This is strictly business, the business of the city. Give Dominic an opportunity. Dominic came to me several months ago. He goes, man, I want to serve. I want to serve. So when I found out his qualifications, I said, this is perfect. It's time for a change. So please, I'm asking you, give Dominic and Angela a chance to serve their city and their community. Thank you.
Commissioner Plow?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not generally accustomed to building bricks without straw. So I see the handwriting on the wall, and I'm sorry if that rhymes. I am a songwriter. So I will throw my support behind Mr. Shinesky for number 7 because I see the handwriting on the wall. But I do not regret what we just went through for number 6 because the mayor is spot on. The same people that said that they did not respect my wishes and my judgment, but respect Mr. Shinesky's judgment, and that everyone should respect our colleagues' judgment. This exercise has just reversed what was wrong before. I've got people that I have to fill on the boards. I just moved somebody up and I need an alternate. So I expect to have my wishes when I put somebody on the board in the future to be respected and not waste the public's time like this. So I'm glad that this exercise happened. I really am. And so I'll throw my weight behind approving number 7. And I would like my colleague, so we can move on with the rest of the night, to make a motion and not a speech. No offense.
All right, sure.
Commission, is there a motion?
Oh, make a motion to appoint Angela Falzone as a regular member of Deerfield Beach Planning and Zoning, and Dominic Pizzo as an alternate member to the Planning and Zoning Board.
Second.
Motion to approve item 7 by Commissioner Shinesky, seconded by Commissioner Plow. Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinesky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hudak,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes, Mr. City Attorney, we are on to consent agreements and expenditure requests, items 8 through 13.
Items 8 through 13 are currently on consent.
Is there any discussion amongst the commission on 8 through 13? Okay, we'll consider them as a group. Madam Clerk, did anyone sign up on 8 through 13?
No, sir.
Is there anyone, let's go to online. Let's mix it up a little bit. Anyone online like to speak on items 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, or 13 this evening? Anyone raise their hands, Madam Clerk?
No, sir.
How about from the public? Anyone from the public like to speak on items 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, or 13? Just come forward. Tell us which numbers, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Dan Hers, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. Only number 12 and I think this is the one regarding the janitorial maintenance. I just want to read 3 lines from the backup. It says, whereas staff is requesting to increase the annual not to exceed amount from 405,000 to 650,000 for the contract year ending July 29, 2026. I'm not going to read the rest because it's not applicable to what I'm going to mention. So obviously, July 29th is just 22 days from now. And this company, the AmeriPlus Janitorial Maintenance, has already done all the work. So it's not like you have the opportunity to vote no because they did the work. So the question that obviously begs the question, why was this we were waiting to do this only 22 days before the end of the contract? It's really pointing out another example of trying to get better government and have somebody to look at this before the work is done. At the moment that you know that you're going to go over, that would have been the proper time to bring this to the commission's attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hers. Anyone else inside the commission chamber like to speak on items 8 through 13? Last chance for online, Madam Clerk. Okay, we'll close the public comment on items 8 through 13. Commissioner Shinesky, do you have which item or items?
11, please.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, it's saying, resolution, purchase order to furnish, install a sulfuric acid for the reverse osmosis process at this is why I'm bringing out the water treatment plant. All right, so my question is this. We just had the budget meeting last week, and, it came up that we're going to be spending $104 million and as a capital improvement project, because we're having problems with our water treatment. So, my question is, is our water treatment plant in big trouble because we're spending all this money for capital projects to improve it? Are we in violation? I'm just asking a question. Are we in violation of anything that we may have to redo the whole water treatment plant? So I just want to know. And also question is, why has it gotten to that stage where we have to redo the whole water treatment plant? If you could answer that.
Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, we are not in violation, but Deputy City Manager can, elaborate on it if you like.
Mr. Power, welcome.
Eric Power, Deputy City Manager. No, we are not in violation. Our water plant is a gigantic facility, and it manages water for about 60,000 people, including places like Publix distribution, which is where everyone gets their water from. So it is a highly functioning 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week facility, and it needs constant maintenance and repair to ensure that it is running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And, we have to go through procurement processes for a lot of projects. We are requesting through capital projects, the CMAR for next year to build a new nano plant, along with some smaller projects. I know I've explained this multiple times to the commission during capital, budget meetings and things like that, but it has become more difficult to find contractors to do small projects for the city. That is the reason why we're looking to bundle projects together to offer, a larger carrot for a developer, for a contractor who will then also do some smaller projects for us. That is the reason for the construction manager at risk, the CMAR project we were talking about at the budget workshop. But, you will routinely see items on consent for purchases for the water plant, for things like sulfuric acid, for generators, for air conditioning, salt, all of these things, because it is required to have constant maintenance in order to ensure that we provide quality water to our city.
Which totals about 104 million. I'm just curious. That's a total. That's why we're allocating the money.
For, you mean the CMR? For the
water
capital
treatment
project?
plant.
Yeah, the capital project plan will be potentially that over the course of 3 to 5 years.
Okay, 104 million.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't think, I was going to say,
But so, I think maybe what you're missing, the large chunk of that is about $80 million to go for a nano plant. So it's not, I would say, for the entire thing. It's just
$80 million, a lot of money. you know? I
Yes.
don't know. So the $80 million for the nano plant, I mean, why?
There's nothing to
It
the
has nothing
item.
to, I mean, the
No.
water treatment plant.
Yeah, these are just purchases to continually and routinely manage the facility.
All right, I just wanted observation. Thank you.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, no more lights. Commission,
Motion to approve items 8 through 12.
Seconded.
motion to
That's
approve item.
that's 8 through 13 is currently on consent. I
Seconded.
don't know if you.
Seconded.
All right, hold on. Let's slow down. So Commissioner Hudak made the initial motion for 8 through 12. Do you amend your motion? That was seconded by Commissioner Shinetsky. Do you amend your motion to items 8 through 13? And Mr. Shinetsky, do you reaffirm your second?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, motion to approve items 8 through 13 by Vice Mayor Hudak, seconded by Commissioner Shinetsky. Could you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hudak,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes, Mr. City Attorney?
Item number 14 is an update regarding public safety transition.
Who's first tonight? Chief Morgado, you're in the alleyway, so you get to go first. Well, fire came up, so I take that back. Chief Botting, you're in the aisleway, you get to go first.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Deputies, City Manager, City Attorneys, and members of our community. Chantel Botting, Transitional Fire Chief. For the record, I'm pleased to report that we continue to make steady progress in building Deerfield Beach Fire Rescue from the ground up, with several key initiatives advancing since our last commission update. First, preparations for our state fire marshal inspection remain a priority. We are actively developing the required policies, procedures, documentation, and operational standards necessary to ensure that the department is prepared to successfully meet all state requirements. Second, interviews for our executive leadership team are currently underway. We are focused on identifying experienced, service-oriented leaders who share our vision and commitment to building a professional organization founded on excellence, accountability, and service to our community. Each of these efforts represent another important milestone toward establishing a professional, efficient, and community-focused fire rescue department. I appreciate the continued support of the Mayor, Commission, City leadership, and our residents as we continue building a department that will proudly serve the city of Deerfield Beach for generations to come. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate that. Commissioner, I don't know who was first.
Preston.
Commissioner Preston?
Thank you, Mayor. My question to you will probably be the same for the chief. Is there anything that we can do to help your transition, to help make this even smoother than it's going?
Actually, it's going very well. Once I get my staff on board to have some assistance, we're moving straight ahead.
I'm going to want to answer from you too, Chief, on that side, because if there's anything that we can do to help this process so that it's, that the public will embrace it better, just feel good about where we're going, please call on us. I'm accessible, copy on my cell, email, whatever, but I'm committed to helping this process as it goes along. I know there's a lot on you guys' plate, there's a lot, but it helps when you know that the people here are supporting you and want you to do a great job. So I just want to make myself available.
Thank you. The support of the commission and the support of the community means the world to us. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Shinetsky?
Sure, thank you. At the last budget meeting, just like a week or so ago, a constituent of mine got up there and said, there's nothing wrong with the fire stations that could be fixed very easily. You just retrofit. That's an interesting word, retrofit. And this constituent said that, has expertise, lived in Pennsylvania, and buildings, fire stations there are almost 200 years old, 181 years old. So I did a little research to see the difference between fire stations in upstate New York, Pennsylvania. He mentioned both, and South Florida. Big differences. In Pennsylvania, A lot of those buildings are made for community meetings. They have European brick. Now, I was stationed in Holland for 4 years, and that's in Western Europe. That's why those buildings, that type of brick, they last for hundreds of years. They have European brick, and plus it's that European brick is for cold weather. And I think in Pennsylvania, and I know in upstate New York, it gets cold, it gets snow, it gets freezing temperatures. Here in South Florida, it's totally different. It's tropical. So the buildings that are made, especially our fire stations, are made from stucco and concrete. And plus, we're like 3 miles away from the ocean. So this directly affects. So it's sort of like apples and oranges. So to say, hey, I was in a fire station building that's almost 200 years old, so anything could be done, even with the buildings here, totally different. So any misconceptions, I want to make people aware. I think that's my job.
Do you have a question for the,
Yes, I
do you have
do.
a question
Okay,
for the
now-
chief?
Yes, sir. Now, I'm sorry. Yeah, I do have a question.
You don't have to yell. I'm
No,
right,
no,
I'm
not
right,
yelling.
I'm right next to
Excuse
you.
me, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry, my hearing. What I did was this Sunday, I went to every single fire station in Deerfield Beach. I have never gone to every single fire station in Deerfield Beach. I'm just curious, has the other commissioners gone to every single fire station in Deerfield Beach? I took a tour, an in-depth, intensive tour. It took me about 4 hours, went to every single one. So I started off in Century Village Fire Station. It's Fire Station 66. It was made in 1976 when Century Village was made. And this is what's important. I've spoke to the firefighters that live there and work there. And, they said, and I saw it with myself, they're bunks. Most fire stations, they have their own cubicles with a desk. They're basically living in open space with just curtains separating. They don't have any desks or anything. There's only really one bathroom for both men and women, because that fire station was built in 1976 before there were female firefighters in South Florida. So basically it said, even showers, and there's been no attempt to try to address that. The other thing is, it's very, very piecemeal in terms of if there are problems and things in Station 66, it's just like, they Band-Aid it together. And the other thing is there's not really any room to put the trucks. The trucks is in the same room as their exercise equipment. There's no classroom for training. I mean, they're basically where their kitchen is, that's their classroom and their training room. And they have 6 people living there, so their day room doubles as a kitchen and also training. So in speaking with the firefighters in Station 66, it's too small. The countertop is cracked. And all 3 shifts, they use this facility. There's only 1 refrigerator for 3 shifts. And that's not the norm. I mean, that's not the norm. And speaking to these firefighters, because I didn't know what the norm is. So, that's a big problem that needs to be addressed. Also brought up that most fire stations have 3 bays. We just have 1 bay. Now, Pompano Beach in the last 10 years has gotten all new fire stations. So we have an old falling apart Fire Station 66, which is right outside of Century Village. And I want to bring up, we're going to be starting the Southwest 10th Street construction project. That's going to be major pressure put on Station 66, major pressure. So I was just, I was wondering if you're aware of that. And again, now Fire Station 66, it's not only fire, but they also do first response. So that's a tremendous responsibility. Now, I also want to say, please.
We need to have a.
No, please, this is important, sir.
Well,
with all due
you can
respect.
give your soliloquy at the
All right,
end.
all right,
but
I'll give my- I went to every single
the
fire
chief is
station.
here. We just had to
Not-
ask her questions. You
All
can
right,
say
fire
all this at the
station-
end if you'd like.
All right, sir. Fire Station 66 is not ADA compliant. And plus, the fire alarms don't work. And the fire suppression does not work. If there's a fire in there, there's no sprinklers going off. Then I went to Fire Station 111, and that's on Goldsby. It's in a-
Commissioner, this is not
Sir,
a
it's in a
diary
trailer.
review.
I think the public needs to know. It's in a
You
trailer.
can say anything you want in commissioner comments.
All
at the
right,
end,
so
but
I'm asking
the
you is
chief-
this.
The chief is here.
All right,
Please don't
I'm
waste your
asking you is
time.
this. A comment was made that everything's fine, everything could be retrofitted. in your opinion, could these fire stations that are falling apart and the trailer, I don't know how you could retrofit a trailer. And I asked them that. I asked each of the fire stations I went to, could this be retrofitted? And you know what they said? Except for the trailer, you need a new trailer. They're saying, no, it needs to be put from the nub and built up. Can't be retrofitted. Your opinion, especially Fire Station 4, and I want to bring out that a District 1 commissioner went to Fire Station 4 on July 2nd. It was substantiated. He was walking his dog. They were brought in by the fire crew and said, look at our Fire Station 4. That's on Hillsborough and US 1. Basically, the air condition is not working. So when he looked it over, he said, yeah, I'll get you 2 portable air conditioning instead of 77 degrees. Again, the smoke alarm is not working in Fire Station 4. There's major leaks. There's peeling. And I have pictures of it, and I could show it right now.
No,
That's-
you cannot.
All
This
right,
is,
no
the
problem.
chief is here to ask a
Basically, I'm
question,
asking you.
please, or we're going to move on.
And also Fire Station 75 by the beach that also no smoke alarms. It's very small.
Okay, we're
Not-
gonna
all right,
move
my
on,
question
Commissioner.
to you is,
Commissioner
looking
Preston,
at the
you're
fire
next.
Commissioner,
station-
please don't yell at
and I'm
staff.
sorry, I'm trying to get my points across into the.
Come on,
minutes, interrupt me.
Commissioner,
Fire
this
station,
commissioner,
do you feel that the
Question.
fire stations are adequate?
Mr. Mayor,
All right, I'm asking you, sir.
thank you.
Have you ever visited any of the fire stations?
I've been in all of them and all of the stations will be inspected. They have to be inspected as part of the process that the chief described at the very beginning of her presentation. And any of the things that need to be changed based on those inspections will be changed.
So you're
And that's
saying
by,
there's
that's
no-
by an outside, I'm not saying there's no problem, sir. I'm saying that all of the things that are discovered from the outside inspections will be remedied for what is necessary for us to have our certification.
But when there's problems with air conditioning.
I can
problems
only
with
tell you that.
electricity, they're gerrymandering the electricity on Fire Station 4 because the bay doors don't open by themselves. They gerrymandered the electricity. There's no problems with that, with leakage, with health problems because of humidity and, and water. You know what happens with humidity and water, what kind of health problems. You're saying right now, all the fire stations, except for 102, 102 was made in 2007.
Okay,
That's
we
adequate.
need to
So you're
move
saying
on
there's
here.
no Problems with the other fire
We
stations.
need to move on.
Is that what you're saying?
I did not say that.
All right, so are there problems with the fire stations?
I said that the inspections that are being done by outside people, those items that they find that need to be remedied on the inspections will be remedied.
Who are the outside people that will be inspecting?
You want to comment on
Because
that?
the NFPA, which is the guidelines for health and safety for fire stations, I don't think would approve that. So who are these outside people that will be inspecting? Could you let the public know?
We're actually going to be meeting with the State Fire Marshal's office on the 17th of July.
Okay, and would you be able to give a report of what they found? I'm sure there are reports right now, but will you be able to give a public report of what is looked at in these fire stations?
We'll provide an update on the inspection
Okay,
from.
I'll hold you to that. Thank you.
Commissioner Preston?
Commissioner, I can understand your zeal and your passion, but what you're doing to the chief, I'm struggling, really am. You can't do that to her. She's just coming on the job. Listen, first of all, the station that you're talking about, 6-6.
Yeah.
I was one of the first firefighters in there. I remember when it was being built.
You remember?
And it has 2 bathrooms. No, it has 2 bathrooms, unless they, for whatever reason, decide to take one away. And I don't know why they would do that when you're increasing the number of firefighters. And you said about the training room, the day room, and the kitchen. They're not the same. There's a kitchen and there's a day room. I spent my career there.
I was there
Okay.
Sunday.
Well, yeah, but that's a day room. There's a day room and there's a kitchen. They're separate. But what I'm saying is that the chief is coming on, trying to organize, see what issues that will concern her fire department, and she's going to take them to the staff, and they will reason those things out. Nobody's going to be more conscientious, including me, than her, because she's responsible for a lot of lives. Give her a chance.
No, I understand. And with all due respect.
Commissioner Preston has the floor.
But let her look at the things that she feels that is a concern to firefighters' health. There is no way that the chief wants her firefighters to be put in a compromising situation with their health or anything else. But she has just got on the job. Let her identify those things and allow her to go to staff, and whatever needs to come to us, then it becomes our responsibility to help her, what I was just talking about. If there's anything, I can tell you this, in my opinion, every one of these stations needs to be redone. We need brand new fire stations, but that's not going to happen overnight.
Okay.
That's a process. Commissioner, Vice Mayor Hudak talked about, we both were talking about a municipal center, and this is going back years and years and years. It's going to take a process. You know what slows that down? Politics. Politics slows all of that down. So we gotta now allow the process to unfold, but she needs to be given every opportunity to let everybody know her vision. And I will guarantee you, if life safety is not at the top of the agenda, which I feel it is because I've talked to her, but if that's not, then we made a mistake in the person that we've chosen. She knows what she's doing. She knows exactly what she's doing. And it's going to take time. And she's not going to do it in a few months, and she's not going to do it in a year. We made a decision to bring a qualified person on board to not only understand the things that you're talking about, but to build a fire department that this city can trust. That has to be the priority. And if that's not the priority, we got a problem. Now, all those other little things that are involved in that, she's the chief. She's the chief. And I guarantee you, she's going to go to the city manager and say, here's what we need in order to ensure safety and those sort of things. And I'm going to tell you, unless you said there was one bathroom, did they take away a bathroom, chief? I mean, Mr. City Manager? There's 2 bathrooms there.
Okay, maybe I made a mistake in that. But I have a question. Is
No,
there
no,
any way that-
no. Commissioner Preston has the floor, and then we're gonna move,
I'm done, Mayor.
we're gonna move on here. Vice Mayor Hudak, briefly, please.
I'll try to be brief, but I'm really tired of the weekly grandstanding. Every time the fire chief comes up, all you do is throw a temper tantrum and talk about stuff that is not relevant. We all know that the fire stations need improvements. They need to be rebuilt. Yes, on July 2nd, I was at Fire Station 2. And you know what I did? I didn't sit here and the dais and start screaming and yelling at the wrong person. What I did was I talked to the city manager. I talked to the facilities people. I did keep our fire chief in the loop as to the issues with that fire station. And I followed up to make sure that those things were corrected. I didn't sit here and throw a tantrum and scream and yell every single time our transition chief comes up here talking about things that are outside of her control. Now, I'm assuming that you're just grandstanding and that it's not that you don't understand the process, because you do this every single time she's up here. And every single time we mention that this is not the place or the time to do it. We all know that there are issues with each of the fire stations. Yes, I've been to them. I've been in the seat now for 7 years, and I've been to those stations numerous times. I know the issues with a lot of them. And I talk to the people and I get those issues resolved, but they're not sitting here yelling and screaming at our transitions chiefs, whose process right now is to get the state preparations done, get our certifications done, get her executive staff in place before we even start hiring our firefighters. Okay, right now, that's her job. She's doing all of those other things, and she's relying on the city manager. She's relying on the facilities department to make sure that those firefighters stay safe. Yes, there are some challenges in each one of those fire stations. Yes, we are aware of it, and we're doing everything we can to correct them. Whether it's BSO or whether it's Deerfield Beach firefighters, that doesn't change the fact that the AC was out for 15 days at Fire Station 4. It needs to get fixed, but sitting up here yelling and screaming at the transition chief is not the right place to do it. No more comments.
All right. Thank you, Vice Mayor. We're gonna, thank you, Chief. Sorry you had to go through that. We're gonna bring up Chief Morgala. You're next, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Manager, City Attorney, City Clerk, Transitional Chief Daniel Morgallo here on behalf of the Police Department to provide you the public safety update for PD. We are currently evaluating highly qualified candidates to build a strong leadership team aligned with our vision and values and build the executive team so we can move forward with the transition process. We continue our collaboration with neighboring agencies, regional partners, and public safety leaders committed to supporting a successful transition. Ongoing conversations with residents, businesses, and stakeholders are helping shape the future of the Deerfield Beach Police Department. We're continuing to build the organizational framework and work collectively with city staff to support long-term success. As far as evaluation of technology and equipment, we are assessing proven solutions and industry best practices to ensure informed, responsible decision-making moving forward. And we continue to see strong interest in future openings and positions with the city from law enforcement professionals from across the county, the state, and the region. That concludes my update, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Chief, no lights? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
You're welcome.
I had a light. I have a light. I just have a question.
We're,
I have a light, sir, please, with all due respect.
Commissioner, you need to
courtesy.
timely turn
I
your light
know, but
on,
this
and
is
it's
a
my
people's-
job as mayor to control the
people's
meeting.
time. I have
You're
a quick
turning this into
question.
a circus,
It's not a
sir.
circus. This is
Yes.
the people's time. They need to know. This is public safety. This is important. This is a major investment in time and money, the public safety. I need to bring this up. In terms of recruitment.
No
what is your-
soliloquy or you're
No
done.
soliloquy. I'm asking a question. What is your recruitment plan? I mean, what's happening with recruitment? I mean, how are you starting on recruitment? That's the core of what's going on. We need the best police officers. What's your recruitment plan?
Commissioner, we presented to you at the budget workshop what we recommend as the organizational chart. And once, obviously, the commission has to weigh in on that because that's the commission's purview. And HR is already putting their strategies in place to do recruitment, including some of our upcoming events, as well as making sure that we're aggressively recruiting during the month of September. Then it's going to be, obviously, we can't recruit those positions until they're approved by you. So there's no recruitment right now for those positions because the budget has to be approved. So the plans for recruitment are in place, including online, including face-to-face, including public meetings and other job recruitment activities that HR is already identifying.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Commissioner Preston?
Commissioner, I would respectfully ask that, just remember that they have been in the position, their respective position, a very short period of time. And so let's let them create all of the things that we need to know and that the citizens need to know. And my problem is, Commissioner, the way you're asking the questions, it would seem in appearance that nobody's thought of those things. And that's not a good image to give to the public. Our police chief, he's a very sharp guy. I talk with him. He knows what he's doing. The fire chief, these are good people. We need to just allow things to come forward. When we see a deficiency, if it's identified, then we need to bring it forward. And then we need to, who we need to ask the question to? And not them, it's the city manager. Okay. But we have to trust the process because we don't want the people in this chamber going home thinking that, oh my God, look how unorganized they are. Look how dysfunctional they are. We have to, so I'm just saying, just let them just do what they need to do so that they can ensure that this public can have a measure of confidence that they need to have. You know how big this decision is to go into this transition, even though I had my own personal challenges with it in terms of things that may happen. This is huge. And the image that comes forward from this dais is important. It's important. It will either do one of two things. It will instill confidence, or it's going to say, we don't know what we signed up for. And we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't do that. especially with the fact that, I don't know if you've done your homework, I'm sure you have. I can tell you that the police chief and the fire chief are people who you want in these positions representing in an authoritative manner the things that they represent, both organizations. This is you. You're talking about life safety for the city of Deerfield Beach. Who do you have representing that? We have to give our police chief, transitional, and our fire chief time to do their job. Time to do their job, and they will. They have respectfully come before us, but they're being put in some odd situations. They know they can't answer the way you are asking it. But I think your questions, if you have any challenges, I think it should go directly to our city manager, and I know that he will be able to answer that. I want our transitional police chief to have confidence in his city, in staff, and the commission, so that we can all together build an organization that everybody's happy with, everybody's proud of. Other than that, I'm telling you, people are going to start to say, well, did you see what's going on? I personally, as a resident, would not have confidence in my police chief or my transitional fire chief if I'm listening to this. Too many, it's just too many. This is ridiculous. So let them do their job. I'm just asking, let them do their job. Let them do their job. I promise you, you'll be happy in the end.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chief and Chief.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if I could. The purpose of the public safety updates is to bring this commission and the community up to date on what has happened since the last commission meeting. The purpose of is not to answer hypothetical or unknown questions that are in part of what is already in the plans for the future. And I'm certainly available to answer those questions and to strategize with any one of you at any time to discuss those. But there's no way that staff coming forward is going to be able to answer questions about where we might be while we're waiting for a decision from this commission. And, I think everybody on the dais knows that there is a budget process, and that process has to take place. And we can't put any activities prior to certain actions that this dais has to do, and specifically in approving budget items. So as I said to this dais over a year and a half ago, we're not putting things forward that this commission has not approved. We're not budgeting items that this commission has not approved in a budget, for capital items as an example. And that is, where I think some of this is going awry. Staff is more than happy to come forward and do their presentations. It's my personal opinion that it's inappropriate to be yelling at the staff that are giving a presentation merely to bring this community and this dais up to date. And so if we need to re-strategize or eliminate the public safety updates, or you have a different idea about what the public safety updates need to look at, I'm open to hearing that, and I'm open to hearing that from each one of you individually. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll definitely take a second look at that. Mr. City Attorney, item number 15.
Item number 15 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing execution of an amendment to the agreement with Broward County for funding and administration of the Coastal Dune Restoration Grant Program, providing for execution, implementation, and an effective date.
Good evening, City Commission, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. I'm going to give a brief presentation on our recent dune restoration history. The Dune Master Plan was approved by this commission in April of 2025. Funding was approved in this current fiscal year. I applied for it and received a dune restoration grant from Broward County and received for a $10,000 reimbursement. For that agreement is on the agenda for a amendment this evening. My plan was to work, continue to move from north and conduct small community-based events to reduce costs. And I expected it to take around 3 to 5 years. So far, we completed a project yesterday, so 3 projects have been constructed in this fiscal year with our partners from the Audubon Society, Adopt a Dune, JM Family, Vertical Bridge, and now Sunburn Cannabis. We were approached by Mr. Mark Hartman here, the Broward County Dune Grant manager, for the unique opportunity that I will let him explain. And we are working on, with the approval of this amendment tonight, this project will take place later this week, actually. So with that, I will, in the next slide, please, sorry. So now I want to talk about our existing conditions versus the proposed new layout. On the left, you will see the existing brown sediment fence, which we received multiple negative public feedback from. It reduces public access and it offers, staff challenges for maintenance. On the right, you will see what the proposed new layout is. I sat down with stakeholders from every single department, from Ocean Rescue, Public Safety, Parks and Recreation. We will be creating new native habitat. We will continue to create community support and engagement. We will increase public access and enhance public safety. And what I mean by that is, if you look on the left, we had 7 public access points. Now we will have 12, and these access points will be purposely situated around the showers and the lifeguard stands to direct the public to the safest areas of our public beach. And with that, I will introduce Mark Hartman with Broward County. And we will be happy to answer any questions at the end.
Welcome, Mr. Hartman. Thank you, first of all, for being here in person. And
much, sir.
second of all, thank you for your patience this evening.
So as Patrick mentioned, I work with Broward County. I oversee their Dune grant plan. I have been working in that position for over 4 years now. Earlier this year, I took on oversight of our segment 3 planting, which was from Dania Pier south to the county line. During the scope of that construction, we had a change of scope in the planting, primarily in the city of Hollywood. As a result of that, we have an excess of dune vegetation. So, in working with Pat on the dune grant agreement, I offered the excess dune vegetation for his project. He is one of the largest takers of that dune vegetation, and we will be able to complete all of this. The county has paid for the growing of the plants, the delivery and installation in order to keep our contractor happy and not breach our own contracts. That has all been paid for 100%. We have coordinated with the county attorneys to get all of this in place on my side of things. And we will be providing the vegetation and installation at no cost to the city to complete all of this. And we're going to be doing that. And I would like to personally thank Pat for all of his effort in taking this from a tentative idea. He took the lead on reaching out to the nursery, coordinating things, and solidifying the plan. And as a result of his efforts, the city of Deerfield is leading the charge in this. And we have 22 other properties and entities who are going to be following suit as well. So, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. I'd love to hear 100%. So that's a good number. So, Madam Clerk, did anyone sign up for item number 15 this evening?
No, sir.
We'll go to online first. Anyone online for item number 15? How about those in person in the commission chamber? Ms. Massey, you're first. Item number 15, please.
I wasn't aware that more planting was being done, and where are the dunes going? And this is a complete surprise. I'm sure my fellow Save Our Beach people have no idea what's going on here. So I'm surprised. What kind of plants are we putting in now?
Again, you can speak to Mr. Bardis offline.
Yeah,
You know, this is not a back and forth. It's public comment, not public questions.
Sorry about that.
That's
You're right.
okay.
Okay,
But
yeah.
Mr. Bardis is right there, happy to answer any questions.
Well,
and-
I don't want to take, I don't know. Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, I see something up there, but I'm.
Mr. Bardis, did you need this to show her? Would that help? Do you need?
Was this
you go.
advertised? Was it, who made the decision?
Well,
Mr.
ma'am-
Bardis, if you accept to the side of Mr. Bardis, he'll go through it with
Yeah,
you.
ma'am,
This
the
has
city
been a long
commission
time
approved the
in
Dune Master Plan, and you were there. The Dune Master Plan was approved
Bardis,
last year.
I need to
and-
just step
Okay.
aside, please. Thank you. We're in the public comment. Anyone else inside the commission chamber like to speak on item number 15 this evening? Seeing no one, last chance online, Madam Clerk. We'll close the public comment to item number 15. Commission? Oh, wait a minute, there's lights. I'm sorry. Vice Mayor Hudak.
Thank you. I got a question for Patrick.
What I'm told, sir, sorry.
No,
Yes, sir.
you're fine. I know. This is absolutely tremendous. I'm sad to see the brown sediment fence go. I really am. I know we've been in construction for a number of years, or at least that's what it looked like on the beach. We've worked very, very hard to get this Dune master plan done, and I know that there was a lot of back and forth. So it's real exciting that we've been able to fast track this. I knew that there was, I think it was with Dania Beach, is that what it was? We got the additional plans from another city because it was
From Hollywood, sir.
it was Hollywood. Okay. So I just think this is tremendous that we're finally getting this over and done with. I was on the beach, of course, for the 4th of July and looking at the dunes to the south and how they have, protected the southern part of the beach. And just seeing how high the sand retention is there compared to, where most of us hang out, which is by the main beach parking lot. This is very exciting to see. So thank you very much for the update and greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Shinsky.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm definitely in favor of this as well. As my colleague had said, it's natural. It's a beautification of the city. And when I ride down A1A and I see Fort Lauderdale, I see Pompano, they have the dunes as well. So this is a wonderful continuation. I felt that the brown fences were ugly. I don't even really feel they were doing a good job because sand was still coming into the streets. So I'm very, very excited about this. I think this is great. I like the fact that it's natural and it fits in perfectly to Deerfield Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Plow. Do you have any questions for Mr. Barnes?
No.
Okay, you're free to speak to Ms. Massey. Thank you
you.
very much. Commissioner Plow.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment, not have a question for anybody. I agree with Vice Mayor Hudak. It was exciting to join him a couple of Saturdays ago down there and to watch the volunteers putting the plants in and seeing and us too. We did some, we volunteered, but it was really nice because just as Vice Mayor was just saying, to look at the other areas that the dunes went in a couple of years before, the sand was like another 2 feet higher. So that's wonderful. I did not know that we're going to have new beach access here because I never seem to know when I go down there how far I have to walk past those screens that will eventually be gone to get to the beach. I'd like to be able to keep the blue mats going out in particular because I see people on walkers and wheelchairs and it helps them get down closer to the ocean. So I'd like to see, maybe it doesn't have to be at every access. I don't know what the plan is for that. And I'm not asking right now, but to keep that in there is good. So I'm very excited to see this because this has been stalled for a very long time. And I've had people that were very concerned about this, like, why isn't it being completed? And of course, some other people don't want to have anything done. They think that they're going to be restricted from being able to see the ocean, but there's a maintenance plan along with this to keep them intact. And the ones that were there already for a couple of years are not blocking the ocean. So the maintenance is there, it's ongoing. We have staff and there's a plan on all that. So I want everybody to feel good about this. And that's all I have to say, Mayor.
Great, thank you.
Motion to approve?
Seconded.
Motion to approve item number 15 by Vice Mayor Hudak, seconded by Commissioner Shinsky. I heard him tad first. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hudak,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. Mr. City Attorney, item number 16, please.
Item number 16 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, amending the monthly retainer and hourly rates for city attorney services by Weiss Serota Helfman, Cole & Bierman, PL, effective October 1, 2026, providing for implementation, conflicts, and an effective date. I know I've spoken with each one of you individually. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about this item.
Commissioner Shinsky has his light on.
Sure. I recommend this. I mean, I'll be upfront with you. Anthony has always been above and beyond. Every time I call him, any question I have, any difficulty, he's there. He calls me back. He's always been very supportive and he'll always give me, a logical argument. So I'm in favor. I think, at least with me, he's done a fantastic job. He's really helped me get accustomed to being a manager. I mean, I'm a manager. You're right, a manager, sorry. As commissioner. So I think he goes above and beyond, and I highly recommend it. I think he's doing a great job, at least in terms of him helping the District 3 Commissioner, me. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any further lights. Madam Clerk, did anyone sign up for item number 16 this evening?
No, sir.
We'll go online. Let's just keep anyone sign up or anyone have their hand raised online for item 16? How about anyone inside the commission chamber like to speak on item number 16? Come on down.
Dan Hers, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. I'm actually kind of shocked that White Sirota didn't ask for even more money. They're worth every penny. And I would even go so far as to recommend, because the charter review is going on right now. So I think it would be a great idea if anybody tried to ever get rid of White Sirota, it should require a super majority vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hudak, please don't respond from the dais. I don't see anyone else inside the commission chamber like to speak on item number 16. Madam Clerk, last chance for online. Okay, is there anybody online actually? Okay, I can't see in the Wheel of Fortune up there. So we'll close the public hearing to item number 16. Commission?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve item 16 by Commissioner Preston, seconded by Vice Mayor Hudak. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Plaut,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hudak,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. Mr. City Attorney, item number 17.
Item number 17 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving the ranking and award for request for qualifications number 26-008 for architectural and engineering services to the 40 responsive and responsible firms to the RFQ, authorizing execution of continuing contracts with the 40 firms as set forth in Exhibit A for professional services on an as-needed basis for a 3-year term with 2 additional 1-year renewal options and providing for an effective date.
So, Mr. City Manager, I don't know if there's a presentation or not, but I think just to boil this down, this is basically just to approve a list. We're not approving any specific project tonight
Correct.
or any particular firm. We're just making a list of the 40 available.
Correct.
Is that correct?
And some of these firms have different specialties. So that's why the whole list has, that's why there are 40.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I don't see any lights. Madam Clerk, did anyone sign up for item number 17 this evening?
No, sir.
Is there anyone online that has their hand raised for item number 17?
No, sir.
Is there anyone inside the commission chamber that would like to speak on item number 17? Seeing nobody, we'll close the public comment to item number 17. Commission?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve on item number 17 by Commissioner Plaut, seconded by Commissioner Shinetsky. I heard him first. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Plaut,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hudak,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. Mr. City Attorney, item number 18, please.
Item number 18 is a resolution of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, relating to the provision of fire services, fire rescue services, facilities, and programs in the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, providing authority, purpose, and definitions, providing certain legislative findings, providing for the provision and funding of fire rescue services, providing for the imposition and computation of fire rescue assessments, describing the method of apportioning the fire rescue assessed cost, establishing the estimated fire rescue assessed costs and fire rescue assessment rates for fire rescue assessments for fiscal year beginning October 1, 2026, directing the preparation of assessment roll, providing for a vacancy adjustment procedure, authorizing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice thereof, providing for the method of collection, providing for application of assessment proceeds, providing for conflict severability, and an effective date.
Distinguished Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager, City Attorney, residents, and general public. Item 18 on agenda is resolution of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, relating to provision of fire rescue services, facilities, and programs in the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, providing for imposition and computation of fire rescue assessment and establishing preliminary rate. For the fiscal year 2026, the City Commission adopted a fire assessment rate of $350 per residential unit, which is expected to generate net revenues of approximately $19.4 million. Based on the latest study, this captures approximately 94% of allowable cost. The remaining portions of the fire cost, approximately $4 million, are primarily covered by revenues generated from ad valorem revenues or millage. The enclosed is preliminary rate resolution. for 27, establishing the rate of $365 to be advertised on the trim notice. As I have presented at the June 30th budget workshop, this preliminary resolution of fire rescue is requesting approval up to the rate of $365. $365 is not a final recommended rate. And I just want to reiterate that. It is not a final recommended rate. And only being brought in this resolution as the city will not be able to exceed this rate at the final adoption. September 14 meeting will have a final adoption of fire rescue, and we will present slides comparisons of the city's proposed rate to other municipalities. Thank you.
What percentage, let me start, please. What percentage does the 365 represent? Is that 94% as well? Do you know?
Yes, I do. Just give me 1 second, sir. $365 is approximately 90, close to 98%.
I'm sorry, what percentage?
Close to 98%.
98.
Mhm.
What would the rate have to be if you know for 100%?
Based on the study was completed back in 2022, it has to be $372.
So I just want to point out to my colleagues as we have this discussion with the unknown certainty of what's going to happen with the property tax amendment this fall, remember that the delta between this assessment and 100% is getting paid out of the general fund. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
So the last year was 6%. This year looks like it'll be 2%, but that 2%, is there a way to quantify what that 2%?
Actually, let me correct my statements. It's
Sorry to make
90.
you do this on the fly here.
No, that's fine. 96.75%. That's an accurate rate for 365 rate. It's actually, I said 98, I'm spoken, it's 96.75. We're still gonna have approximately anywhere $4 to $3 million gap. Just
I'm
off the top of my head.
So what was the gap? Just
In a dollar, it'll be up somewhere between $4 to $3 million. Now, I just want to remind commissioners, the rate that was used in this calculation back in 2022 was then BSO fees at that time. The BSO fees for the fire rescue have drastically increased since 2022. So once we do an updated study, this number will change.
Okay, understood. But there's a possibility that $3 to $4 million will have to come from the general fund to fund the delta on the fire assessment fee, that $3 to $4 million, which could be important depending on what happens with the property assessment this November. So I think that you're recommending 365. I always know from doing this exercise every year, whatever we decide tonight, we can't go up from that. We can always go down, but we can never go up from that. So
That's correct.
if we were to pick 372 tonight, we're not obligated to that. We can always go down to the 365. But if we pick the 365 and something happens and we wanted the 372, then we would not be able to do that. So I think we just need to be careful of that in these discussions to make sure that as we go forward, is the additional $7 worth it, not knowing what's going to happen with the property taxes this fall. I just throw that out there for discussion. Commissioner Shinesky, then Vice Mayor Hudak.
Sure. I'm going to try to wrap my head around this. I know last year, the fire assessment fees, and that's what we're talking about, were increased from $315 to $350. And I voted for that. It was an increase of $35. So now you're saying that we may have to increase it to 365 or 372. I mean, in District 3, and I also know District 4, in District 3, people live in a fixed income. Now, I have to bring this up, but I hope you guys won't beat me up. But when we, please, and I've been beat up enough. When we got into this adventure of having our own fire department, we were saying we were going to be saving money. That's what we were preaching. We'd be saving $450 million. And then I even heard we'll be saving $950 million. So my question is, why are we raising the assessment fee? I mean, really just
right into this venture. What I'm worried about is, and what I brought up was, I brought up that other departments that have their own fire department, they have almost double the assessment fees. So what I'm worried about is that this will be a continuing trend of the fire assessments fees keep on being raised. And that's what I'm worried about. And again, my district in District 3, people are on fixed incomes. So do we really need to raise this at all? Can we just keep it at 350?
So I just want to clarify again, I think Mayor was very clear on what he said regarding $372. If we go that route, this is not committing the rate at this point. This is not a final vote. Every city goes through the same process. You put a maximum amount in the resolution, knowing that when you have a final vote, then you can have a discussion. At that point, you can compare it to other municipalities, make a best decision at that time. But if you don't choose the higher rate at this point, when the final decision comes, which is September 14, you will not have the option to raise from 350 to the higher rate. You can only go down at that point.
But we also have the option of keeping it the way it is, correct?
You will
Keeping
have
it-
that option at September
of
14,
keeping
yes,
it
sir.
at $350 for fire assessment, so that's also an option. Not to
You
increase,
will decide what the rate will be imposed.
but that is an option. All right, thank you. Correct. Vice Mayor Hudak?
Thank you. The reason why this goes up every year is because our costs for the fire department go up every year. Right now, this is to pay for BSO's cost because this is for next fiscal year. And BSO has increased the cost for fire by 11% from the previous year. So that's why we've got to look at an increased fee. The reason we decided to accept BSO's termination letter is because after this next fiscal year, we have more control over what that cost is going to be. And so hopefully we'll be able to adjust assessment fees accordingly. But right now, we are at the whim of BSO. And BSO has told us cost for fire is going to go up 11%. So that's why we've got to make these adjustments. Hopefully, once the transition is completed, we will have more control over the actual costs. So I think we need to at least go to 370. And again, we're just putting the bar at a certain spot. That doesn't mean we're approving 370. We could still stick it at 350, or we can go anywhere between 350 and 370. But if we pick 365, and then when the studies come back and say, well, we should have been at 368, we can't go to 368. The most we can go to 365. So all we're doing today is setting the bar, how high we want to make the ceiling. And then we could always stay at the floor, which is 350, or we can go somewhere in between. So I don't have a problem with, going to 370 just because it's a round number. But again, the reason why the assessment fee goes up every year is because the costs to protect our residents goes up every year. And we either have to take that money from the general fund, or we have to use the assessment fee. And to what the mayor said, whatever happens in November for property taxes, we're not going to see the results of that until the following fiscal year. So we will still have the following fiscal year was 27, 28 before we're going to be, challenged with whatever's going to happen. So this doesn't affect that.
Commissioner Plow?
Thank you, Mayor. Vice Mayor Hudak just made my exact point. This is for fiscal year 2027, starting October 1st, 2026. The referendum's in November. This affects our taxes in 2028, so it shouldn't have that much of an effect. Last year, I liked the idea of having a higher number because of the fact that we could lower it later, but the commission voted to go under that higher number. So I think when we went to 350, we were satisfying 94% and the 365 would go to 95%. We're still not 100% financed. So I think we're kind of slicing hairs at 372 or 370, but knowing that we can go back, we should hedge our bet on a higher number and then go back when we have the study. But right now we have to get this down for the trim notice for the taxes.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have to say, Mayor.
So you would be leaning towards the 372?
Would.
Okay. I'm just keeping score. And Commissioner Hudak, you're at 370.
Like you said, he's splitting hairs. 372 is fine.
Mayor, if I can make one more comment, I think it's important to notice also that there is an additional cost to the operation this year in the budget. I neglected to mention it during the workshop. We have to set aside 2% of assessments for the fire fees as well as stormwater fee, because that could be collected by the tax collection office in Broward County. The same thing that the school district went through this year. We definitely do not want to be in that situation. So we are setting 2%. So there's an additional, in this case, about $400,000 set aside, which will also impact that. So I don't know if it helps you between 370 versus 372, but just I wanted to bring that up.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could just so that it's clear, when we're talking about the percentages, when someone says 94%, it's 94% of what the study approved as the fire portion of the costs from 2022. So the contract in 2022 was about $29.5 million. This next year, it's going to be over $42 million. So this is still based on the 2022 numbers. So it's not covering 94% of the cost for fire. It's what's allowable for fire calls. So it's actually paying for somewhere in the 40s. Do you know the exact percentage? I think it's around 44% of fire costs. Fire rescue costs.
Yes, yeah,
Fire rescue
about that
costs.
amount, yes.
So just for clarification, the 94% is the 94% of what they allowed from the 2022 study. And obviously, staff is going to have another study done once our own fire rescue is in place to account for the differences that have changed.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Oleg, thank you. Just stay close in case we need you again, but it is a public hearing. So, Madam Clerk, did anyone sign up for number 18 this evening?
No, sir.
How about online? Anyone sign up or anyone has their hand raised online?
Not at this time.
So then we'll go to inside the commission chamber. Anyone inside like to speak on number 18 this evening?
Dan Hers, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. So Commissioner Hudak brings up a good point. We actually have clarity as to how much the fire assessment fee is going to be in the future. Fiscal 28 is going to be the first year of the complete Deerfield Beach Fire Department. And fiscal 29, according to the chart that was displayed to all the citizens, and I don't have that number in my head, but I bet the city manager could look it up real quick. On that chart, it showed exactly what the savings are going to be in year 2. So it's a easy calculation based on what was told to the citizens as to how much that savings is going to be. So there's no guesswork here. In fiscal 29, there should be a huge reduction in the fire assessment fee based on the information that the citizens were given on that beautiful chart during the 25 charrettes. So there's no guesswork here. The information is out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else inside the commission chamber like to speak on item number 18? Seeing no one. Commission, we need a motion and a number.
I'll make a motion. We go to 372 so that we can make a final decision in September.
Second.
Motion to approve item 18 with a maximum 372 made by Vice Mayor Hudak, second by Commissioner Plout. Madam, Mr. City Attorney, you're looking at me. You're okay? Okay. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Plaut,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinesky,
Want to explain my vote, please? Thank you. You know, in 2025, we're at 315. Now we're looking to possibly go up to 372. That's a $57 increase. I have problems going to my residents. Again, most of them are in fixed income and say, you know, in a little bit over a year, we went $57 more, especially when it's been trumpeted that we're going to be saving money with having our own fire department. I recommend, and I strongly feel we should leave it at $350. I think we can get due with that. It makes me, it worries me, and it makes me upset that we have to increase it. And I have a feeling that this trend will continue. So I like to keep it at 350. And so I guess I'll vote no.
Vice Mayor Hudak,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. Mr. City Attorney, item number 19, please.
Item number 19 is a resolution of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, relating to the provision of stormwater management services provided by the city's stormwater utility, providing for authority, purpose, and definitions, providing certain legislative findings, providing for the provision and funding of stormwater management services, determining the stormwater service costs, and establishing stormwater service assessments for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2026, directing the preparation of an updated stormwater service assessment roll, authorizing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice thereof, providing for adjustments of net ERUs, providing the method of collection, providing for application of assessment proceeds, providing for conflict severability, and an effective date.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Resolution 2022-206 adopted an amendment to the City of Deerfield Beach Stormwater Management and Flood Resilience Master Plan to establish a 5-year funding strategy for fiscal years 24 through 28. To fund capital improvements for stormwater utility project and operations. The 5-year funding strategy as follows is based on utility program update and forecast prepared in November 2022. Projected monthly equivalent of stormwater fee per ERU or equivalent rate unit for 24 was 4.77, for 25, 491, for 26, 579, and now for FY 27 will be 595. And just for the record, in 28, it's recommended to go up to 6.84. The city and its consultants have completed the annual update to the equivalent residential units to include all new development of impervious areas and have prepared the tax roll bill for submission to the Broward County Property Appraisal Office. The stormwater assessment rate for the fiscal year 27, as mentioned, is $71.40 per ERU annually and $595 monthly. It is recommended that the City Commission adopts the preliminary stormwater assessment rate resolution with a stormwater rate per ERU of $595 monthly and $71.40 annually for 27.
Oleg, is this like before we approve the max, but we can't go over, but we can go under?
That's correct, but the plan in place that was established in 22 actually gives us the rates to approve. This is a little very different from the fire assessment fee where we can make a decision as far as we can fluctuate, either go up or down. This is the rate for 27 will establish that. Yes, Commissioner obviously has a right to change it.
We could, but it'll throw the whole study off whack.
Correct.
Understood.
Yes, sir. And again, also the 2% is also, we set aside 2% in the fund balance in case the the tax collection office comes around collecting.
Understood. Vice Mayor Hudak?
So just for clarification, we've already approved a 5-year plan.
Correct.
3 years ago, I guess it was. So all we're doing is just implementing year 3 of that plan or year 4 of that plan.
Year 4.
Year
You're
4 of
absolutely
that
correct.
plan. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, we'll go to the public comment. Oleg, again, just hang around here for a second,
course,
please.
sir.
Madam Clerk, did anyone sign up for item number 19 this evening?
No, sir, but Thomas Nolan has his hand up.
Okay, we'll go online first. Mr. Nolan, go ahead, please.
Good evening, Thomas Nolan, 406 Southeast 8th Avenue. Great job, long meeting. On this topic, obviously, you know my passion for this. Obviously, you know that the city needs this fund. This is a very important fund. I know that I just hope that we, instead of just collecting these things and not really identify the actual need of solving the problem, let's come up with a solution, so that we don't have to keep wasting our money and our taxpayer dollars on these different issues with flooding. And I hope you guys come to some resolution, and not only resolution with what you collect, but where you're going to direct it and how you're going to direct it to solve what that fund was created for. So thank you for all of the long nights and long hours. I know this is your second meeting in a row. I don't envy your position, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan. We appreciate that comment. Madam Clerk, anyone else online? Anyone else inside the commission chamber would like to speak on item number 19?
Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. Now, I know there's some legalities involved here because you're collecting this money on our tax rolls, but and I know there's no back and forth, but at least I would want you to at least consider, if it's possible, if you are legally allowed to change this payment schedule, wouldn't this be the appropriate time to put money into the this stormwater fund to help the poor residents of Southeast 8th Avenue? Because I know there's probably not just myself, but many people who would be willing, if you can tinker with those rates, I think there'd be a lot of people who'd be willing to pay more if it was legally possible to allocate more funds to the stormwater issue, because obviously it seems that the big impediment to helping those people is a financial one. So if there is any opportunity whatsoever to adjust these rates and to create a fund, I think there would be a wide acceptance citywide for changing the rates to help out these people and solve their problem once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in line, in the commission chamber would like to speak on item number 19? Seeing nobody, we'll close the public comment to item number 19. I understand. We're getting there. Commissioner Shinetsky?
All right. A statement was made by a constituent of mine at the last budget meeting that Century Village residents, and this constituent is a member of Century Village, lives there, said, hey, Century Village, they pay for assessments for wastewater, for new roads, for lights, everything. So why should the residents in Century Village also pay for, these assessments in Deerfield Beach? Well, I canvassed and I asked some questions, and they said, well, and they were in agreement. They said, well, because we use it. We use the roads and wastewater. When the roads are flooded during a torrential rainstorm, they want to make sure that those roads won't be flooded. So I'm definitely in favor of this. I think we need to have the best drainage. We don't want to have catastrophes like we had in October of 25. So I'm very, very in favor of this. Residents of Century Village, even though they pay their own assessment fees, use city facilities, roads, and they want the best. So I'm definitely in favor of this assessment fee.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Hudak.
The resident makes a good point. If we did increase this fee a little higher, would that give us some opportunities to help not just the residents on 8th, Southeast 8th, but in other areas? Because again, what we do for Southeast 8th, which is near and dear to my heart because they're 3 blocks from my house, but we have to do it to neighborhoods in every, in all districts. So I don't know, are these funds, are we illegally allowed to use these funds for special programs, special projects? I'm looking for some guidance on that.
Okay, so I think it was back in 2022 when that study was done. Additionally, the commission adopted a 5-year rate program, et cetera.
Got it.
I don't know off the top of my head what that study provided for in terms of the funding and the capital programs that were provided for. This was done via special counsel on these rates. It's certainly something that we can look into, but I don't think I'm prepared. I don't know if the CFO is either, that I'm prepared to speak to that, because I did not work on that particular rate study or those items initially. It's certainly something that we can talk to them about. There may be other ways to go about funding it, funding additional capital for those types of projects as well.
I mean, is this again where we could say, okay, we're gonna say $80, and then if we come back in September, we can still go down to 71.40, or kind of like we do with the fire assessment fee, or is this like, well, this is what we approved 3 years ago, so we're really tied into it?
Mr. CFO, do we have more time? I know we have another meeting in July. I don't know when you need to get this documentation over to finance.
I think the requirement is, if I'm not mistaken, August 4th. I
Okay.
think that's what the property appraisal office is waiting for this, in order to be able to put on the trim notice to send out. I can
So
definitely
can
confirm
we,
it.
can we approve $80 and then when, in September, say, no, we're gonna go down to 71.40?
Commissioner, I'm more in line with what the city attorney said before. I believe we need to stick to what plan was approved back by
Okay.
commission in those days.
Okay,
But I would rather for us to look into other options of funding. There's other options available if we do need to, additional resources for that.
well, I think we do need to look
I think
at
that's
additional
probably the
resources.
cleanest way to do this.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, and if you approve it tonight between now and then, let's say we can, myself and the CFO can have conversations, including with outside counsel. So if you have the ability, maybe potentially we could address it at the 7/21 meeting
Okay,
with a motion for reconsideration.
okay. Then motion to approve? Is that where we're up to?
That's what we're up to. Second. Motion to approve item number 19 by, Vice Mayor Hudak, second by Commissioner Shinetsky. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Plaut,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hudak,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. We're up to comments by administration and legal.
We are now at comments by administration and legal. I do have a few comments tonight. First, thank you for the commission for your item number. I think it was 16, and it does take a little bit of a village. So I want to give a shout out to my core Deerfield Beach team, Deborah Reese, Milton Collins, and Matt Remenda, as well as the litigators that work on matters for the city. The second thing I wanted to point out, we spoke previously, it was a legislative item at the state legislature about the state legislature passing a bill that would increase the sovereign immunity caps. And as a reminder, those are the caps for tort claims for negligence, slip and fall sidewalks against the city. That bill was actually approved, but the governor recently vetoed it. I believe it was last week, citing the increased cost to taxpayers. So I just wanted to point out that although I previously stated it was approved, the governor actually vetoed it last week. And then finally, I've been asked to give an update regarding the BSO matter. We did first June 29th. We had a conflict assessment meeting with BSO. Following that meeting, we did receive a letter from BSO confirming that they will continue to provide services through September 30th of 2027, or until this city is capable of rendering its own services, whichever is sooner. That letter was also filed with the court. Additionally, there was a agreed order entered into by the court, basically reflecting BSO's representation, including that it will not implement its transition plan and providing for the parties to work together on a continuity of services agreement during the transition. And ultimately, the hearing was postponed until September 4th of 2026. Nothing further from the city attorney's office.
Nothing from city manager.
Brings us to item number 20.
Item number 20 is a discussion regarding the selection of a voting delegate to the Florida League of Cities 2026 Annual Conference from August 13th through 15th, 2026.
Every year, are you planning to go this year, Commissioner or Vice Mayor Hudak? Because you.
Yes, I do.
we-
Now, usually in the Air Force, the person that's not here gets voluntold, but I'll volunteer for it.
So you've been the voting delegate for the last amount of years that I can remember at this conference. Commissioner Plow, you have your light on because you want to be the second.
I would like to be the second, but I would like to have the vice mayor be the first. I'm already the voting member of Broward League of Cities, so thank you.
So is there any objection from my colleagues for Vice Mayor Hudak to be the voting delegate, followed by the alternate as Commissioner Plow? Hearing none, we'll go into the public hearing. Madam Clerk, did anyone sign up for item number 20?
No, sir.
You didn't sign up for 18 or 19. You're not signing up for 20. So anyone online has their hand raised for 20?
No, sir.
Anyone inside the commission chamber would like to speak on item number 20? Seeing no one, commission,
Motion to approve.
Second.
motion to approve item 20 with Vice Mayor Hudak as the voting delegate and Commissioner Plout as the alternate. Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hudak,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. We're up to comments by mayor and city commissioners. We start with Commissioner Plout.
Thank you, Mayor. I have to say that our July 4th celebration,
Actually, I take that back. I'm out of order. I'll go voting order tonight. Usually I go by district at this time of the evening. So you started, so you keep going. We'll go by district by voting order tonight. Usually I
was
do it.
wondering why you called me first.
Usually I do it
So
by
you still
district.
calling me first?
I am, yes.
Okay. All right, I misunderstood.
You're on a roll.
Okay. I don't have a lot to say tonight. There's been a lot of things going on. We're here 2 nights in a row, to say the least, and next Wednesday as well. So, I do have to say that it really, really, really was the best 4th of July, I think, ever. And if anybody has seen the drone photos of the aerials at night, you know, I don't want to have a guessing game. I would like to know how many people actually came, because it was tens of thousands of people. It was really special. I'm glad that it happened on the country's 250th anniversary. I liked all 3 groups that played, and I'm a little steered towards the Journey Stick stuff because I like classic rock. But there's a lot of people that said they felt like they saw Journey. That band was that good, you know. So it was just a great time. I get nothing but great feedback from people. I got stopped several times as I was walking around from people saying what a special occasion they felt like they were at. Some people, I ran into one lady who had just moved here, her and her husband, and she goes, "Boy, I wish I would have moved out." And I won't say the city, but they're in Broward County, and we love them, but they're happy they moved here, and they were very excited about it. And once again, like a broken record, I say, don't miss anything. Sign up for Bucky Graham, because that's the first thing I told that person. Was you'll find out about everything that's going on in this city. You'll get an email every week, so you won't miss anything. So that's all I have to say, Mayor.
Thank you. Continuing in voting order, Commissioner Preston, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, colleagues. I just basically want to echo what my colleague from District 4 said, Commissioner Plout. He's 100% on it. It was a great show. But did you see our staff out there? They did a just good job picking up garbage, just doing a good job. And oftentimes in events like that, just the event itself can overshadow a good performance by our staff. So thank you to staff for the great job that you did. And there was a huge crowd out there, and it was very, very positive for our city. And I'm looking forward to future events like that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Shinetsky, you're next, please.
All right. First of all, I want to say District 3 is in great shape. Now, I want to bring up something that I want to let people know about. Okay. I got a letter, and I was basically chastised in Century Village East for some things that I want to clarify. I think that's the right thing. The first thing I was chastised was basically said, hey, it's a common thread for the city commissioner, me, to invite public officials without approval. Now, last year, in August of 2025, I did invite the new Director of Economic Development, Michelle Kaba. She's a lovely person, and I was very excited, and I did invite her to come to Century Village to attend the master management meeting, and I didn't let them know about it. And I was told that's not protocol, and I understood that. Since then, I have not done that. Now, why am I bringing this up? Because on June 8, I was June 18th at the last master management meeting. I had the pleasant surprise of seeing our fire transitional chief, Chantel Botting, come. I didn't know she was coming. Also had the pleasant surprise to see our new police transitional chief, Daniel Mangello, come. I had no idea he'd be there. And then during the meeting, I got a playful poke in the back and I look at my back and I see the mayor is there. And I was happy. That's great. But, and I'm going to say it right now on public record, I had no idea that they would be attending. When the meeting was over, I was chastised. Hey, why did you invite these public officials without letting us know? And I'm telling you right now, I did not know they would be coming there. And since August of 25, I have not invited any city officials to come to Century Village. And if I did, I would let Master Management know. So I want to put it on the record that I never invited these city officials to come. So I want to put that in public record, okay? That's number one. Number two, it was also mentioned that during Master Management meetings, I talk about city business. And you're right, I guess I am guilty of that. I talk about city business because the city affects Century Village residents. I mean, everything I told them about the June 27th FDOT meeting. I think that's very important. The FDOT meeting, they're talking about Southwest 10th Street construction project, which will definitely affect the residents of Century Village. It will affect the traffic, the infrastructure of Century Village. So I wanted to let them know about it. And I invited them to come to the FDOT meeting. I also told them that, we passed that Century Village residents, as well as any residents in Deerfield Beach, could use the pier for free. In fact, at the last meeting, it was at Master Management meeting on June 18th, it was brought up, hey, how about if you're part-time? We were denied going on the pier. So after the meeting was over, I got a communique from our director of parks saying that, hey, even if, as long as you have proof that you live in Century Village, even part of the year, a part-time resident, you're allowed to go on the pier for free. So I let them know. I also let people know about issues concerning public safety. And when the mayor comes, and always wonderful to see Mayor Drotsky coming to Century Village, he talks about what's happening in the city. I mean, he's never been chastised about that. I mean, that's our job. I talk about public safety, public utilities, any increases in fees, anything with the charter revision. So yes, I'm guilty. On June 18th, I let people know about the charter revision meetings because that will directly affect them. And that's my job. So I want to bring that up. And I think that's the right thing to do. When I go to mass management meetings, I'm not going to talk about the weather. I'm going to talk about how the city will be affecting the residents and the community of Century Village. The other thing that I was chastised was giving inaccurate, incomplete, and misleading information. I want to say I get my information from the CVE Reporter, and at every single Century Village Master Management Sen Club meeting, they give the complete minutes. So I'm just taking information that's documented. Also, there's something called online, the CVE Insider. So I just give information that's already out in the public, and I want the whole city to know what's going on in Century Village because I've been living in Century Village a quarter of a century, and I'm going to live there forever. I'm proud of Century Village. So I'm going to tell what's happening in Century Village. So I don't see anything wrong with that. And I also want to bring up one thing that got them sort of upset was the East Gate controversy. Basically, residents were going to me and saying, hey, I'm having trouble getting out of the East Gate. Could we do something? So I found out about a meeting between Century Village, the deputy city manager, and Broward County Roads director. And I didn't go to the meeting. I never took credit for it. But when the meeting was over, I wanted to know what went on so that I can tell my constituents. And I got this information. It's public record. I have it right here. I got it from the deputy city manager. I said, Eric, what happened in the meeting? What are the results? Because I wanted to be able to tell my constituents what's going on. And it was very positive. And, he wrote, I have an email right here of what will be going on. They're going to install another do not block intersection sign in the medium. Once the signs are in place, the county will coordinate with master management for enforcement by Century Village East Contracted Police Services. With ongoing monitoring and enforcement, the county will follow up with the installation of do not block intersection pavement markings, box with an X to supplement the signs. So, and it gave a date of when this will happen. This is coming from our deputy city manager. So I did not say anything that was not public document. I never give misleading. Everything I get is documented in the paper. And in fact, here, it says here, the path to a healthier Century Village East. I'm going to talk about Century Village is going to be putting in all new sidewalks. I'm proud of that, so I don't think I did anything wrong. So what happened was I wrote an article in the Vox, which is another newspaper in Century Village. And at no point in the article did I say I was involved at all with the meeting. I have quotes on May 21st, 2026, and the deputy city manager's email is May 22nd, 2026. Broward County engineering officials met on site with the deputy city manager, master management director, and master management board members to review the problem and develop solutions. At no point in this article, and anyone could see it, did I mention anything about my involvement. But if I have information and my constituents have a problem, my job and why I was elected was to let them know about this. So I want to make these things very, very clear, okay? Going forward, District 3 is going great. Century Village East is doing a great job. What's happening, and it's in the newspaper, Central Park is moving forward. What Central Park is, it was the old golf course in Central Park. They're working on putting nice amenities, bike paths, walkways, so and I give credit, and I'm putting it on record, I give credit to the Master Management Board of Century Village. Val Smirkin, Eli Oken, Amy Connor, I give credit to them. When I moved to Century Village 25 years ago, like I said before earlier, it was considered where people went to die. Now it's a vibrant community. So I'm going to give credit to them. But please, any misconceptions or untruths, twisting it that I've taken credit for it, I have proof that's not true. So that's number one. In terms of Crystal Lake community, there was a wonderful community unity day on Saturday, June 20th. There were about 120 people, and we had the pleasure and the honor of Mayor Drosky attending with his father. Thank you so much. The community was very happy. Basically, in Crystal Lake, they've renovated the clubhouse, put new windows, new stage, curtains, everything. They're very proud of it. So I want to say thank you very much, Mayor, for attending. They were very happy to see you. Another community that in my district is the Meadows at Crystal Lake. What's happening, and this is a big thing, on the north side of the exit and entrance, it's always been like, grass. So people are saying it's hard for them to cross over. So I give kudos to the city. They basically were able to get Broward County, because Military Trail that owns that road and that property outside, it's a county property. They have it in their capital budget by 2031 to put it designed to make some sort of pavement or sidewalk on the north side of Southwest 17th, where the Meadows at Crystal Lake is. That's a huge achievement, and I'll be vigilant to make sure that becomes fruition in 2031. And the people at Meadows is saying, it's better late than nothing, and they're very, very excited about that. This is for their safety. I was able to find another community in my district. It's called The Lake. It's on Military near Southwest 10th. I met with their HOA, had about maybe 30 people, and we answered questions about public safety transition and also Southwest 10th Street project. So I'm very proud to have a connection. I'll be going regularly to their HOA meetings. Discovery Point, which is another community that I've outreach to. I want to give kudos to the city staff because they were having an issue with a permit problem and being fined, and there were some snafus. So basically, working with the city staff, the city staff was able to guide them through it. So I want to give thanks and credit to Eric Powers and also Roy Davis for doing a fantastic job. They're very, very happy and they can move forward. Finally, another community that I've been working with, Sandpiper Point. It used to be part of Century Village, the golf course. Now it's a community for like 6-7 years. They had a horrible traffic accident almost right by their entrance, and there was debris all over. And basically, the debris was sitting there. And not only that, but they knocked down one of the trees. Work with the city staff. The debris was removed, and I think they're working with the city arborist to try to replace that tree. So I want to say thank you very, very much. Great work to the staff. I also want to say that the Florida Licensings on Wheels will have a driver license renewal on July 15th. You call and you sign up. It saves a lot of time. It's from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Call up Braithwaite Senior Active Aging Center. So call them up. And that's all I have to say. When I give my district comments, it's my job to tell what's going on in my district, good, bad, or indifferent. So that's my job, to be a conduit of information. I never take credit for anything, but I always give kudos. So please, I don't want any misunderstandings or spinning or twisting with mistruths. So thank you very much.
Vice Mayor Hudak?
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. A couple of questions. First of all, of course, we've all talked about how great the 4th of July holiday was. But there was a huge challenge, and that was getting off the island. While I was in the car, my wife was yelling at me that there should be lights on Federal Highway or on Hillsborough Boulevard. And I said, there are lights on Hillsborough Boulevard. She said, no, there aren't. I've been walking this for 2 years and haven't seen any lights. I said, well, go during the day and you'll see these beautiful lights. But no, they're not bright at night, which has been an issue. I talked with the deputy city manager earlier today, and he has advised me that he has now implemented a biweekly meeting, and I want to make sure I got that right, a biweekly meeting with AT&T to try to get these light issues resolved throughout the city. And hopefully we can get this taken care of, because 20,000-30,000 people that are on the barrier island walking off of it because of our fireworks, it's kind of hard to see them sometimes, especially when it's in the dark. So hopefully we can get this resolved with ASAP. I would still like to know what we're doing with Northeast 3rd Avenue and also 41st Street and 4th Terrace. Those are two very, very dangerous areas. We talked earlier about the fatality that we had on 3rd Avenue, and a resident came in a couple of meetings ago talking about her daughter was almost hit for the second time in her front yard because of cars going in their yard. So if we can please stay on top of those, Eric, and make sure that we get some resolutions to that. Earlier today, a resident talked very passionately about the storm flooding in his neighborhood on Southeast 8th Avenue. The reason I got into public office is because my home flooded. So that is something that, I've really tried to work very hard on. And he had mentioned how, well, now the city is just starting to do stuff with it. Well, again, that storage facility was erected in 1997, and I did not get into office until 2019. And when I got into office in 2019, that was one of my top priorities, was the flooding situation in 9th Avenue, which is where I live, and 8th Avenue, where that resident and the residents who experienced the extreme flooding happened. So I have worked extremely hard with city staff in order to get this resolved. Unfortunately, city staff was advised that a storm drainage project that was designed would resolve that issue. And we plainly see that it has not. And I talked enough about that yesterday. But I think it's important for the residents to know that we're trying to resolve this issue. But, you know, your houses are the lowest part of the city, at least 6 feet below Federal Highway, and 3 or 4 feet below Sixth Avenue. So that's where the water goes. We are looking for solutions. I know, you know, every day that goes by when there's a significant rain, the angst that fills your homes. And I wish that the results of the storm drainage project were better, but they're not. So now we've got to figure out how we get it better. And I'm not going to stop while I'm in this office, while I'm in this seat, to try to get that resolved as best as we can. So your questions and your concerns have not fallen on deaf ears. I don't yell and scream on the dais, at the city manager or at any staff. I do it behind the scenes, because that's the professional way to do it, and because I trust them. If I didn't think they were doing anything, maybe I'd be public about it. But for 7 years, I've gone about getting resolutions my way, and it has worked. Maybe not as expeditiously as we would like, but we're doing everything that we can. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to jump on the July 4 bandwagon as well. It was great to see fireworks again. Nothing wrong with the drones, but nothing beats good old fashioned fireworks. And I think the 250th celebration display was fantastic. The finale was probably one of the best ever, actually. So there was a great display there. It was very crowded. I too am looking forward to the numbers, to how many people attended, because it was packed down there at the beach. I want to thank staff and most importantly, the public for the last 2 nights. It's been 2 nights, 2 very long meetings. And so I appreciate everybody's patience as we get through these issues. It's important that we do the city's business and that we do it respectfully. And we're getting through that. I want to also mention that with respect to last night, the meeting potentially seemed disjointed, but I mean, that's the way government works. Because of the sunshine law, none of the 5 of us come into a meeting knowing what any of the other 4 have in mind or what opinions that they have. So coming into a meeting blind puts us at a disadvantage to our private jobs. But when you come in and you have 5 different opinions, coming to consensus sometimes is a laborious process. And I think last night showed that. But I think we're getting there. I think if everyone does their homework on sections 1101 and 1102, based upon the comments and the discussion and the resident feedback that we had last night, I am very confident that we can come to some consensus next week when we have our final budget, workshop on the charter amendments. There is not an approved, Madam Clerk, do we have a final date yet or no? We do, next Wednesday, the 13th? Like I said, next Wednesday, the 15th? Next Wednesday, the 15th will be the 3rd charter amendment review. That will be exclusively on charter 7 o'clock here at City Hall. Items 11.01, 11.02 from the city charter will be discussed. Other than that, I want to thank everybody again for your patience and being here. So July 15 will be our next workshop, followed by special city commission meeting on July 21 and regular city commission meeting on August 4. Looking for motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
We need a second.
Second.
Motion to adjourn by Vice Mayor Hudak, second by Commissioner Preston. All in favor signify by saying aye.